Good evening, guys. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? How has your week been, brother? And we are three in the house. Good. Please put in the. Please say hi in the chat so I know who you guys are. And I have pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So if you are up for it, feel free to click the link and join me up here as usual. Hey, Bob. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Hey, PV. Good to see you. How are you doing, PV? I know you are up for it, PV, to join me up here. So the link is still pinned in the top of the chat. So you know the drill, guys. You know the drill. Okay, Bob, no problem. And good to hear. Good to hear. Good to hear, Bob. And good to hear, PV. Good to hear. I'm doing pretty good myself, even if it has been a pretty hectic week again. But I manage, and I'm doing good anyway. So that is at least something. Hey, Oakham. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing, Oakham? Yeah, I have coffee here. I hope you have some coffee too, CR. We wait a couple of more minutes and wait until more people join the stream. So before we get into today's topic, guys. That's good, CR. And I hope you get something to eat before the stream too, CR. Because I know you always get hungry. Hey, PV.
Testing.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Right, give me a second.
No problem. I'm doing great. Literally peeling potatoes right now. Okay. Well, you have to do that too, my friend. And PV had to do something, but he will be back in a moment, which is nice.
Right, I'm with you. All prepped up for me spares. Look.
Yeah. Spare parts and repairs.
So, how you been all going, all right?
Yeah, I'm
Good
doing
week?
pretty good. Yeah, but hectic, but
Slowly turning.
anyway.
Yeah.
Some weeks are hectic at work, so.
Yeah. Slowly turning cooler, windier. We're getting the
Yeah,
fallout at the moment from some tropical storm, I think. That should all
yeah. I
blow
think
over
we
by
had
tomorrow.
+2 degrees Celsius today, and
+2.
windy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and windy. So it feel like -2 instead.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's windy here, but it's coming up from the south, and we're getting 18, 19 degrees with the wind here.
Yeah,
Celsius. It's quite warm.
that is unusual for UK.
Yeah, it's normally colder now. It's just this storm that's gone over, and the wind veers round and brings warm weather, warm air up. Because Britain is just basically the weather just depends which way the wind blows. Basically,
Yeah,
it's blowing from the west, we get rain and storms. If it's blowing from the south, we get the warm weather. If it blows from the east, we get the cold weather. And where the
yeah.
two clash, we get snow.
We have
But
James Gape in the house. Welcome, brother. Good to see you.
yeah, when November is normally the windiest and wettest month of the year, and that's when we historically get all the floods and the storm surges. And we've had
Yeah,
previous. There's a big one in 1953, the big storm surge and storm in 1953 that which flooded all the east coast and south coast of England, and the north Holland as well got flooded as well.
yeah. Holland is pretty flat country, so
Yeah, well, yeah, most reclaimed land, but they're the masters at land reclamation and water control.
yeah.
It's just November. Yeah, that's it. You just got to deal with it, really.
It was windy here on Wednesday, Seer says.
Right. They'll be seeing a quick transition into winter. They always do. 1 minute it's 18, 19 degrees. Next minute it plunges into -10 Celsius and below.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, but got a couple of projects going on, so always busy here.
Yeah, it's good to keep yourself busy with something.
Yeah, it's training. Tomorrow's my radio day, so I'll get my radio out and experiment with some antennas and stuff like that. See how far I can get and make contact.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to do.
Got a new soldering iron, so I've been playing with that this week. Yeah.
Okay, that's
I
cool.
bought a gas soldering iron from Lidl, and
Okay.
it was rubbish. Everything I buy from Lidl is just not fit for purpose. Anything electrical item or anything like that, it's just rubbish. So you fill it with gas, and the gas just kept leaking out. It's just too dangerous. So
Yeah.
bin that. So, well, not literally. Took it back and got a replacement. Got my money back from there and got a new one from Amazon, basically, and it was all singing or dancing, cheaper. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Seer.
So see, I walked 10k the other day, 6 mile. Good.
Yeah.
I find it always the sort of the September onwards is my sort of. I prefer that season better for walking and putting some weight on your back to do some exercise. In the summer months, I prefer to do some weights or some body weight training, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes it gets too hot.
Yeah, when it's too hot, you can't lift weights.
No,
It's
you have
too
to just
much.
get. You end up getting up earlier and earlier in the morning.
Yeah,
Get it out of the way, and then start the rest of your activities and stuff.
yeah, exactly.
So what we got here? We got 12 thumbs up, 13 thumbs ups.
Well, that's good. Yeah, 13 thumbs ups. That's good. I appreciate that.
So do these your live feeds? They all contribute to watch hours, do they?
Yeah, I hope so.
And you getting income from live feeds? Does it work that way?
Well, you reach up to $100, then you get paid, basically.
Right. So it is contributing and accumulating towards that.
Yeah, ads and live streams, videos.
Yeah. Good. All
And
adds
now
up.
you can get paid from shorts too. So
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. I got. I don't know if anyone else here with the YouTube channel has had the same. In the previous Rebel Canners is driving and lurking. Evening,
yep.
Rebel Canners. Hope you have a good listen.
Good evening, Tammy. Good to see you.
Yeah. But in the previous three or 4 months, I've had these. I put a couple of reviews on to various places I've been to, like cafes, restaurants, and stuff like this. And I've had YouTube send me vouchers through for sausage rolls, Greg's sausage rolls. I've had 2 of those. I've had a free Krispy Kreme donut, glazed donut, and all sorts of other stuff. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's never happened to me. So
No, right. Apparently it's called the YouTube partnership reward scheme or something. I didn't sign up for anything like that. I just started getting these things. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's always good getting free stuff, but it's no good getting all this free stuff if it's junk. Massive sugary donut and an artery clogging sausage roll. Yeah. Yeah, see, I was hungry now. Look.
Yeah.
I've also been going through me. I've been eating some old preps, and for this last couple of months, I've been eating all the food I've been eating. Literally, been over a year out of date.
Yeah.
Rice and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, as long as it's nothing wrong with it, so you can eat it.
Yeah, it's all still viable. But I think people just got to have the confidence to eat that sort of stuff out of date and look at the, if the cans are deformed and all that sort of stuff, and everything's got its own indication. At the end of the day, if anyone's really in doubt, your nose is the best thing to determine if something's off or not.
Yeah.
And then followed by that, if you get it wrong in that respect, then you'll be spending a lot of time on the toilet.
Hey, Mercy, good to see you, and welcome to the stream, my friend.
Mercy Mikali. Nguku.
Yeah, I always have problem with some names because I can't even pronounce them.
Yeah, well, you got a worldwide audience here. So Mercy's just given another 14th thumbs up.
Yep, that's good. Thanks for that. I appreciate that. See, you will notice it.
You will knows it. Absolutely.
Yeah. But anyway, we have today's topic: spare parts and repairs.
Righto.
That is a topic I never had before, so this got to be interesting.
Wow. Well, yeah. You've got to have spare parts. Well, you start off with the old prepper adage that people come out with, 3 is whatever, 3 is 2, 2 is 1, 1 is none, and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good sort of soundbite. And it's obviously makes sense that you're better off having more than one item in case that breaks, but you got to look beyond that sort of soundbite attitude, I think, and go into sort of a harder core, long-term thing. I'd expect everyone to, wherever they live, have some form of spares, and the basic sort of angle, you'd have a drawer full of spare light bulbs, for instance, the odd spare fuse, that sort of thing, a roll of duct tape, and then work it up from there. It depends. Yeah, spare glasses, that's a good key one, that is, CR. I'm I'm reaching that age now when I'm starting to use reading glasses, and if anyone else uses glasses there, you're probably forever looking for glasses that you put down or you left somewhere, and you're always looking for the glasses, especially reading glasses.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean,
spare batteries.
Yeah, definitely.
Spare batteries is things people usually have, but probably not enough of them.
No,
more like too few of them.
I've just put a box together, and every sort of kit or prep item or box I put together now, I always put a pair of glasses in there, fold up glasses, or just a cheap pair, just because if any sort of destruction that goes on, from earthquake to hurricane to tornado or worse, then you could quite easily be left there. You lost your glasses, they're damaged, they're broken. And if you can't read anything, you're going to start reading the labels on prescriptions and instructions that you've just got out of your box and you're trying to use. So yeah, definitely glasses is a key one there. And I mean, we don't want to get to the point where we've got a house that looks like Walmart or a DIY store or a hardware store, because you won't be able to move around. At some point you've got to know when to stop, and that's the critical point. I mean, I think the key thing is to have at least 3 sets of spares for critical items at least, and have the ability to repair things and make new things. And the universal items, I think, that will achieve that will be your screws, your nails, your duct tape, all your fixing and fittings, nuts, bolts, screws, wire, rope, zip ties, duct tape. Those sort of things will enable you to at least bodge or cannibalize any sort of repair that you may need to do. Glues as well,
Yeah.
So spare tires at CR is another one, yeah. I mean, so when it comes to things like batteries, for instance, they're a bit of the one-off item. So go towards the rechargeable batteries and get the best quality battery you can. And over time, you can slowly upgrade your gear and your batteries. So if all you can afford is the 600 milliamp hour set of rechargeable batteries, which does the job, then slowly over time, when you got spare money or you get the opportunity, then upgrade them to 1100 milliamp hour, 32, and so on, and just get the best quality you can. And some of these new batteries now are really good. They'll last a lot longer than the previous sorts of versions.
If you compare batteries today compared back to the 80s, how batteries were then, The
Oh,
batteries is much better now.
the old zinc batteries. Yeah, there was battery memory in them and all sorts, and battery management had to be key. Otherwise, they didn't last too long. You have to always discharge them, fully charge them, and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, that was a bit of a farce, really, wasn't it? I mean, but the zinc battery thing, they're starting to come back into the frame, the limelight, because they're like a solid state battery. You can put them, mount them anywhere in any orientation. So people out there, watch this space for the zinc battery market to start making a resurgence into certain sort of markets. The lithium-ion polymer batteries, they're really good nowadays, but they're expensive. But the key thing is have some spare batteries, because you got a flashlight, and if it isn't a wind-up flashlight, if it isn't solar powered, if it hasn't got a built-in battery, and if it's just got a conventional battery and you haven't checked it, you open it up or start to use it.
Hey, Liselot, good to see you.
It's corroded, then that's it. That's your nice new flashlight, torch, unusable because you haven't got any spares. And batteries are universal.
Yeah, exactly.
They fit so many things. When I was in the army, I used to we used to go out on deployments, exercises, and stuff like this for a week, 2 weeks, a month, and you guarantee you'll break something within the first 24 hours. And literally by the end of the exercise, everything will be held together by duct tape, or masking tape, gaffer tape, we used to call it, zip ties, and paracord. Everything from bits of Land Rover, the doors, the antennas, people's boots, the sole will fall off and start flapping around. So you bolster it up with gaffer tape, and it happens so easy and surprisingly enough, so quickly. It's amazing how quick a set of boots will just, the sole will start to rip off, even good quality ones. So the simplest thing, like as Liselot Jepson says there, a needle and thread, makeshift repairs, and it'll also extend the lifespan of what you're wearing. It's so important. Needle and thread, we used to, part of the SOPs in our old unit was you had to have something called a housewife. That was the nickname for it. A housewife is a little sewing kit with some robust needles of various sizes, various threads, strong threads. That was the minimum basically for that kit, and every person would have that. And not just for sewing buttons up and badges on, but holes, rips, and tears basically. Yeah, gaffer tape or duct tape, paracord, zip ties. I wouldn't go anywhere without them. Definitely. And as far as anything else goes,
when you get back from the exercise, you have to go to storage and get out some new shoes.
Yeah. What else you got? You got spare fuses. Oh, going back to batteries, a good battery tester, little handheld battery tester was useful to have, because if you come across any a pile of batteries that are disused or thrown away, or they're in a skip or in a recycle area, get your battery tester out. Hendo's here. Evening, Hendo.
Hey, Hendo, good to see you.
Get your battery tester out, and you can guarantee that a lot of people throw away good batteries amongst the old ones. So it's for salvage as well. Some of these battery testers also test fuses, which is another one, because fuses is a good thing to have, because in many events such as let's say a tornado or an earthquake, you might get power surges at the event, at the point in which the event hits, and transformers go down, and you may blow your fuses. So
Yeah.
for something as small and as simple as a fuse, then they're worth their weight in gold. So long as you've got the means to power yourself again.
Yeah. The problem we have in our apartment is which, well, it's a pro to it, but there is a con to it as well. Our fuse box in the apartment is automatic. So if the fuse goes, you have to pull that lever to activate it again. So
yeah,
that
right.
it's a little bit harder to change the fuses.
Right. I was mainly the 3-pin plug fuses at the end of each appliance as well.
I found good batteries in a parking lot. Lol, checked with a multimeter. Okay.
Yeah, multimeters, excellent tools. Because if you've got slippery pickle and Deorse, because if you've got it's a good point. CR brings up there as a multimeter because
hey Deorse,
if you've got a bit of kit that breaks, you've got to, rather than start bodging, cannibalizing, and trying to gather spares to make that bit of kit functional again, you've got to determine, A, what's wrong with it. Grey man preppings in the house, and B, what components to actually repair. So, it's not just about having spares; it's fault finding as well. Go hand in hand with it.
Yeah. Let's say if the fuel injector in a car breaks down, that will be hard to manufacture by yourself.
Yeah. Well, any electrical component for that sort of thing. If you're trying to piece together a makeshift or cannibalize anything to make an emergency lighting system because you haven't got one, it will come in quite handy for continuity testing, or if you're trying to test out, let's say, a piece of coax for a radio system, and there's a fault in the line somewhere in your rig, then you've got to work your way from the antenna all the way through to the radio or backwards.
Yeah.
And something like a multimeter is key in that respect, because especially these audio ones where you got the continuity beep, you can test your coaxes out and rule out what's broken or what function and what doesn't.
Yeah. Actually, I have a cheap multimeter. It works, but it's good to have a little bit of a more expensive one because then you have more options on them.
Yeah, well, multimeters, even the cheap ones, are really functional nowadays. And
yeah,
I mean, I'm no rocket scientist. When it comes to electronics, it's ABCs for me, literally Janet and John stuff. And I'll tell you what they are good for, and I use them regularly on one of the engines I've got. Is to determine whether or not, say, your battery charging system, an alternator, is working as it should be. So yeah, multimeters, very good.
Hey, Gail, good to see you.
Hey.
Hello, Gil.
Yep. Yeah, I missed the very beginning of it. Yes.
Yeah, we were just talking about spares, the need for spares, and components you may need for repair and diagnosis and that sort of thing. And we start talking about the basics.
We got a bad echo in here.
Right.
Yeah, I know. It's not on my side.
I can't hear an echo on mine.
Weird.
Make sure you guys have YouTube open as well, that the YouTube is muted.
Yeah, I'm muted.
It's muted on my side too.
All right, let's see here.
Hey, Rita, good to see you.
Going in my settings, I'm checking my stuff too. Audio, echo canceling is on.
I'm gonna check my audio too. If my
Okay. All right, test 1, 2, 3.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. I just heard the echo come in about 8 seconds later. So
Okay.
it's like someone has maybe someone has an extra YouTube channel open. You got an extra somebody does, because it's coming back through that.
No, I've just got StreamYard's, the YouTube channel muted, so but we'll work through it.
Yeah. Okay, sounds like it's going away now.
Yeah, I hope so.
So yeah, we was talking about the need for basic spares, for maintenance and repair and that sort of thing, and we was talking about screws, nails, nuts and bolts. The need to have those basics for not only repairing things that may have arise through damage from any incident, but it's also the need to make new things that you may not have considered beforehand.
Yeah. Well, one thing that I noticed that a lot of people don't realize when it comes to spare stuff, they'll have nuts and bolts, they'll have extra PVC pipe, extra ABS pipe and stuff. They don't have extra unopened cans of glue for the PVC, the CPVC, the ABS pipe, that stuff. If they have to do any plumbing repairs, they don't have extra cans that are unopened.
That is special glue for that, right?
Well, yeah, I know what you mean about that, because you get these glues in the glue gun system, and people use, let's say, a quarter of it or half of it. They screw the lid back on. They come to use it a year down the line, and you're there spending half a day trying to unclog the nozzle, and the components, it all might have dried out by then. So yeah, definitely, that's a good key point. That is, yeah.
Yeah, because I've noticed that if I use some glue and I use more than a half inch from the top, that's enough air in there to cause it to start setting up. So lately I've been getting just the small cans. Instead of getting a big can, I'll get several small cans and just keep the unopened ones on the shelf, ready to be used later on.
Right. Yeah. We're talking about, we don't want to start turning our houses and stuff into the next Walmart or DIY store.
Yeah.
At what point do you limit yourself as to the amount of spares that you've got? Because the tendency is you get into this cycle of thinking, well, have I got enough of this? Have I got enough of that? Before you know it, you've got drawers and drawers and drawers full of nuts and bolts,
Yeah. Well, basically, I years ago, I started out with one of these little boxes about this big that has all little drawers in it of stuff. And as I found out which ones I used the most of, those I'd restock the drawers, and then I would get a box from the hardware, one of those small boxes from the hardware store of that particular size. That way, I have more of the more common stuff I use, and the oddball stuff I just have what was originally in the drawers. That way I don't get too much of things I don't need.
Yeah. I've I've got one of those. We've got a couple of metal cabinets with A4 drawers in them, and I was having to sort out this week because things come up, and it's little videos like this that kicks people into gear, sort of thing. And this is one of the drawers I had. Just a little picture I've got there, and it was just a drawer I inherited, which is just full of stuff basically, and it's absolutely no good to anyone. You need a couple of screws or nuts and bolts, and you're there spending the next 20 to 30 minutes plus looking for the right one. So I mean, how many people have got have got drawers like this? Get rid of them. Get a nice new neat system. Yeah, those you can get quite a lot of little nice packages these days, and you can even go to, and they're relatively cheap as well. You can go to the hardware store, and over here you can anyway, and you can get like a pick and mix bag of screws, nuts and bolts, and nails and stuff.
That is something I need to buy more of, because I barely don't have that kind of stuff at home. So that could be a good idea to buy a little bit more of that too.
Yeah. Slippery Pickle, as a Class A general engineering contractor for many years, I disagree with that. You put more glue on the pipe, but you do have to put some glue inside the coupling, because as it slides together, it pushes the glue off. You need to have some glue in there for it to continue to make contact. Otherwise, you'll have a weak glue joint there. But you don't put a lot. You do not put a lot inside where you build up this big old dam against the end as it pushes in. Just do enough to dampen the inside of the coupling, and then you put more on the outside of the pipe. But you need to have it on both. And if you're doing PVC, it's better to put primer on there. Then you can use even less glue inside the coupling. But you still need to have some glue in the coupling, otherwise it won't lock right. We've had too many pipes fail. Guys just slapping it on the pipe, and it doesn't. It basically cleans the glue off the pipe. By the time it gets all the way in, it's not making a seal in there. Yeah, you don't want to just slather it inside the coupling where you got big old
That would be a mess.
Yeah. But as far as spare parts and stuff, like, I just got doing a project here, and this is probably one of the biggest projects I've done in a long time, 20, 25 years. Yeah. And, you don't do stuff a lot. You misestimate on parts you're going to need. I had everything done for the lumber down right. I had everything for all the metal pieces, the brackets and everything else. Screws is where I came up short on. Both the screws for putting the metal roofing on, and my estimate on the 3-inch and 4-inch screws to hold the framing together. And of course, part of that was after I started, it's like, okay, no, I need to add extra bracing to this, and I started putting more boards on. So that, I used up a whole bunch more 3-inch screws. And I found, finally, so when I bought one of those big 25-pound buckets of screws, because the 5-pound boxes, I was just going through them, and it was just, it was so much more expensive buying in 5-pound than buying in 25. And if you're planning on doing something later on in an emergency or something, a 25-pound box of bucket of screws stacks away nice and neat. And it's so basically I'm just waiting for them to get the 4-inch back in stock, and I'm just going to get a box of one of those and just keep it for whatever, because I'm planning to do a lot of work around here in the future as well. But if everything goes and I can't get screws, then I'm screwed.
Yeah, screws are a single point of failure when it comes to essential items that you need to actually fix things together. when it comes to fixing things, what options have we got? We've got screws, nails, nuts and bolts, glue. We start talking into the realms of lashing and zip tying and things like that. And some, it just doesn't hold it true when you come to things like wood and metal and stuff like that. Unless you can weld, that's a different thing altogether. But yeah, definitely screws. Having a good selection as well, yeah.
Yeah, slippery pickle. I agree. The meaning of life is collecting stuff. He who dies with the most stuff wins, and then his wife hates him because she's got to get rid of it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Hey, Bob.
You're in the great state of Oregon. Or is it Washington?
It's also, about repairing things and have things which are multifunctional as well. Things like plastic sheeting and wooden boards, which you can, makeshift window repairs, things like this. Because, there's a large volume of disasters and events which the windows will go through straight away quite easily. And how many people haven't got a sort of a window replacement in terms of plastic sheeting or wooden boards, things like that? And then you're delving into how you're going to fix them onto the windows and replace them. So you got staple guns, nails, duct tape, and all that sort of associated items to go with them. Unless people will actually sit there and think about things.
Yeah,
like you said there, Gil. You're going to be missing vital components to do it.
Yeah, one of the things that's interesting I've noticed over the years, people back in hurricane country, they'll go out and buy all the plywood and board sheeting to put over their windows. Once hurricane season is over, rather than marking which windows they had cut the plywood to fit and everything and storing it, they get rid of it. And next season, I got to buy more plywood. It's like, if you buy something like that to take care of for emergencies for covering windows, keep it. Mark what window it's for. Store it up in the rafters of the garage. Store it in the lean-to along the side of the house. Don't get rid of it because you're wasting money.
It's crazy because things like boards, they can stack so easily and store so easily. You just lean them up against the wall and it takes a minimal amount of space. So it's just crazy thinking that.
Yeah.
Bob says welding is a must. Yeah. And lucky for me, I know how to weld, so that is at least something.
Like we said, you've got to have, and we're delving into sort of a specialist sort of area here where, you might have the welding gear, but have you got the welding knowledge to conduct it as well? Because I wouldn't know where to start when it comes to welding. And if you can weld, as Bob says, in numerous times, you can make and fix just about anything.
Yeah.
From heavy duty, the real heavy duty stuff that will make something matter. Essential key components.
And things that you can use for multiple tasks. I got some special clamps that I can use for and to glue different things together, where I can use for gluing like leather, my shoes, repairing if they get the seams rip out on it, I can glue it back together. I got special clamps that'll go and work on that. I can use those clamps for metalworking. I can use those clamps for woodworking. I can use them for repairing, broken things around the house, where I just, delicate things. So there's having instead of having a whole mess of clamps with specific clamps for certain things only, I try to get clamps that I can use on multiple things.
Yeah.
That is something I need to get.
And we're starting to delve into, people having a little mini workshop to conduct the repairs, because the last thing you want to do is start welding or carving things up and making things in your back bedroom or your living room, and you know, it's a good little solid workbench or a folding workbench or a sawhorse or something like that, where you can conduct these activities as well. Yeah.
Yeah. If you got a garage, you don't necessarily have to park your car in a garage. My parents never ever had a garage to park the car in. One house we did have a garage. We didn't use it to park the cars in. We used it for a shop.
Yeah. Hey, Deorse.
Right. I was gonna go say back to what Shadow was saying about the fuses thing. You know, what you were describing there was that's called a circuit breaker on the building, but I do keep spare automotive fuses. I don't keep spare fuses for the house because it's fuses kind of an old school thing over here in the U.S. The old screw-in fuses. My old house in Plattsmouth, Nebraska, because it was an old 100-year-old farmhouse that was converted, there was a section of the house that still used the old screw-in fuses, but a lot of the newer houses nowadays, they just got the resettable circuit breakers. But like I said, I keep some of the blade style automotive fuses for my pickup truck. They don't take up a whole lot of space. And I kind of do what Gil was saying, you know. I keep some hardware around, you know, mostly hardware that I use a lot, you know, did kind of like what he was talking about, have like a little plastic drawer organizer. And I stock a bunch of different hardware, but I mostly see what I use the most. I tend to use mostly a lot of like construction grade, you know, wood screws or deck screws or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
like that.
I've stopped buying 16, 20 penny nails a long time ago, because with screws, if you put it in wrong, it's easier to take out than it is to take out a nail. And nails tend to work out over time, whereas screws don't.
Yep. Yeah, and I like screws anyway. Like I said, that when I was younger, when I started out, because I couldn't afford, you know, fancy, you know, electric screwdrivers and drills and all that, you know, I would opt to just use nails. But now I can actually afford nicer stuff. I actually prefer the screws because, yeah, like you just described, you know, nails will over time back out, you know, just through the expansion and contraction of the wood. But I just prefer the screws anyway, because I can take something apart. I can make something where it breaks down and then I can put it back together at a later time.
Yeah. Yeah, we learned that with our haunted house years ago. We'd set up a haunted house from the time I was 11. And the first time we nailed everything together using duplex nails, then we could pull it apart. Next year, screws. From then on, screws.
Yeah, we learned
That's
that
a
with
good point.
boats, caravans, and vehicles. If you're converting something, a lot, you cover something up, and next thing you know, it fails. You want to be able to remove everything just to re-inspect it, check for corrosion, damage, etc.
And if you're human and you make a mistake and you're measuring, and you put something up there, you nail it in there, and you're measuring, like, oh crap, I was off of 3 inches or whatever. I put the line on the bottom instead of the top, and you need to move the board. Screws just, you take it off, move it up, put it back in.
I was going to say, for the temporary stuff like you were describing with the duplex nails, have you noticed that when you go to put something back together with the nails, they don't go back together as tightly as it did before?
Exactly.
Are they what the duplex nail? What duplex screws? You say? What are they?
No,
duplex nails is basically, it's a nail. Instead of having one head on it, it has the big head. Then it goes up about a 1/4 inch farther. It has a smaller head, and they use it for temporary nailing, like making frames and stuff. And so, like, you'll hammer it in there, and we're making concrete frames. And when you pour the concrete, then you just pull it out.
Yeah, it's also used for scaffolding too.
Right. Yeah. I tend to nowadays, if I'm going to buy screws and stuff like that, I try and get them the best ones I can, obviously, and always try and go for the ones that got the end on them, which almost does a drilling job, so you don't have to pre-drill the ones. You know what I mean? They've got like a blade on the end, sort of thing.
Yeah, self-tapping.
Yeah.
You know, I have a stubborn streak in me. Back as a kid, we had most of the screws you would get at the hardware store were flathead or slot head screws. And then they had Phillips and stuff, and I was, what's this thing with this funky little thing? And give me a regular flathead, And slowly, I began to see the light of Phillips screws. And now, several years back, when they started coming up with the Torx heads, it was like, oh man, I got to buy a whole new set for this. Nah, I'm just keeping on using Phillips until I had some problems, and the Torx heads worked really good. It's like, okay, I got to get Torx head sets now, because it was so much easier to take, especially if you're up overhead and you get slightly off on your drill. A Torx head will stay in and keep driving, and it'll pull it out, and where Phillips likes to chew up the end of it.
Yeah, and like I said, I love Torx. Like a lot of my I've still got a lot of Phillips screws, and mostly because I got good deals on some of these Phillips construction grade screws. So it's just eventually they'll get phased out of my stocks. But like I've got my hardware isn't so much preps; it's just stuff that I keep around the garage and the shop. But because I use it, it gets used. But like I love Torx, man. It's just I've never ever had a Torx bit ever strip on me, because that's the problem with the Phillips. They it'll try to jump out of that slot on the screw head, and it'll start stripping the Phillips bit driver, and then it'll also start stripping the screw head. Yeah. I've never ever had a Torx strip ever. I've never had it jump out. I've had you had one?
One. And I had a bad angle on it, and went, and it was like, oh crap.
Yeah, I had it where I bent a Torx head, and I've had it, like the bit driver, but I've also had it where I accidentally twisted the Torx head off of a screw, but I've never stripped one.
Yeah,
that's what I love about it.
Yeah, and the problem is with Phillips is that the same size, like a number 1, number 2, or number 3, you can get two of the same size number from different companies, and they got a different angle on them. Especially when you get down to the 1 and the smaller, and you just go to stick it in there, and it doesn't get a good bite on it because it's the wrong angle to match the screw. Whereas Torx, it's it's a straight shot in, and with the splines around it, and it's either a 15, a 20, a 25, or a 30, and it goes in and it fits in. Unlike Phillips, where it's those angles can really throw things off. Electrical heads, yes. CR, that's a whole nother one for all the electrical stuff. They have the electrical receptacles, and the breakers now have square heads in them for the electrical work.
If I suppose when someone lives in a place for a number of years, they gradually know, or they should do, the general sort of things that are going to need to be maintained and the fragile components of the house. Everyone should be conversed to that sort of stuff, and as far as preparedness goes, you know your threats. You've identified them. You should be prepared to replace X, Y, and Z windows and stuff, and have all the fixings and tools to go with it. Yeah. Like we said, the available space, the workshop to do it. Ideal scenario, not everyone can afford all this sort of stuff and have the space.
Yeah.
But a few little things goes a long way, definitely.
I would say for a lot of people, the space is going to be the biggest issue. Like not only are we talking about the space of the individual items, like the hardware itself, like screws, they don't take up a lot of space, but the tools that you might need that would be ideal. Like an electric screw gun, a drill to drill out some pilot holes. Now we're, like I said, now we're going to start requiring a shop because we're getting into tools that are a little bit more complex, a little bit bigger, a lot more space than just a simple tool roll.
Yeah. because if you haven't got any stuff or you run out of screws or fixings, you could always go and find them, and dismantle something from somewhere else. Harvesting for screws, which is quite easy. Screwdriver. Nails is, like you said, a bit harder. Batteries and so on from vehicles. You identify things that could be potential resources, and things like vehicles are a really good resource for a whole host of things. One thing I always look for and admire people for are the Cubans, who have had all these sanctions imposed over them over the years and years, and they've kept things going no matter what. If anyone's seen any of the Cuban blogs or videos out there, or they've been to Cuba, they'll know how good they are at bodging and cannibalizing things to make things work again.
Yeah, it's like they had the number of cars from back in the 50s and early 60s they have down there that are in running condition. They have a whole industry of making parts for the old cars to keep the old cars going. But
Yep.
I'm reading Occam Razor's last comment down there on the 10mm wrench, and that's something else that just chaps my hide. I've gotten stuff where half the screws and stuff and bolts on them are SAE, and the other half, and it's like, why are you guys mixing metric and SAE up?
Sorry, you froze up. You said one half is 10mm and the other half SAE. And that
yeah, one half. I'll get something, and I'm working on putting it together, and a lot of stuff is SAE on it, and then they throw in a bunch of millimeter screws and bolts in there as well. It's like, come on, keep it one thing or the other, guys.
I agree with that.
Yeah. And personally, I hate one of our former presidents, McKinley, who signed off on allowing the United States to use metric. If he hadn't signed off on using metric, then a lot of other countries wouldn't have gone to metric either. They would have stayed with the SAE, the mile markers and all foot and inches, not gone to metric.
The imperial system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got a mixture of two here. We got all the rows and stuff are in miles per hour and stuff. When it comes to the measurements, they're in kilometers. You look at a map, they're in miles, and yeah, it's ridiculous. Can get a bit confusing, as Airbus found out once.
It's just a little bit frustrating when you're working on a vehicle, like just doing simple maintenance, simple mechanical work, and like the vehicle manufacturers over here on the same vehicle will have both metric and SAE on the bodies of the vehicle. Now, I think for the most part the engines are all standard, but the rest of them, like I said, the rest of the body can be like really just anything.
Yeah. I mean, I know Caterpillar kept it fought it for years because their mechanics refused to buy new all the mechanics out there for operating engineers and stuff refused to buy metric tool sets and say, hey, we're not going to buy them. If you go metric, we're going to go. And the owner said, we're going to go to other countries. And for years, Caterpillar would not change over to metric. The only thing they went metric on was measuring the length of hoses, the hydraulic hoses and stuff. But if you're working on simple little things like putting together a chair if you pick up at Sam's Club or Costco, I mean, seriously, I mean, half the machine screws were metric, the other half were SAE. It's like, and when you get your Allen wrenches, it's like, okay, this is the right side. This is the right one. Work on this one. You go to the next set of screws, and it's the other measure. The other one, it's like, it's just so frustrating. And so you got to have twice the tools now to work on stuff because you never know what it's going to be.
I've noticed a lot of that sort of system there, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
I've noticed a lot of that sort of thing with big mechanical components, especially vehicles and stuff, where you've got part of a vehicle that's made one part of the world, and then another part of the vehicle made somewhere else, and then somewhere else they put them all together, and you get all these mismatches of components fixing this vehicle together.
Yeah, you pretty much described America in a nutshell as far as our vehicles are concerned. We got components manufactured in China, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Mexico, and it's all shipped over to U.S. and Canada and assembled right here.
Yep.
Except for Ford. I guess Ford now has officially moved all their manufacturing plants down to Mexico.
Yeah. One of the things when I was working construction there, and the hydraulic fittings are either SAE, metric, or I forget what the other one. There's another metric that Japan uses, and another metric that Korea uses. And the metric hydraulics do not intermix from. Oh, and England has their own metric for hydraulic fittings, and none of them match up. You have to get specific ones, because we had some pumps we got from England, and we had to reorder all the parts to put those pumps into the machine we were building.
Don't even get me started about thread pitch.
Oh, gee. That's Bob's Belowick. He's the machinist. That's Bob's.
Well, yeah, I was also a hydraulics technician for years. But I never. Usually, everything here in the States is Army, Navy, or MS, military standard. There are some other oddball stuff called dyna tubing and a few things like that, but maybe the thread pitch from the pumps that you got were not matching with the U.S. standards, I suppose. It's TPI threads per inch, just like on fasteners and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I was just talking
into
about
hydraulics for construction. It's Wild West. Everybody's trying to set themselves up to the standard for hydraulic systems, like for construction and stuff. Mm-hmm. It's not like the airline industry where they got more control over it. In construction, you got equipment coming in from Kubota and Coyote from Korea.
I also worked on mobile hydraulics before I went in the military. Dump trucks, bulldozers, all that stuff, and at least at that time, everything was U.S. standard, MS and AM.
Yeah, it was.
But it's usually what you're going to run into is like the threads per inch that are machined into the fittings and the hoses that don't match. Like one might be millimeter, one might be TPI threads per inch.
I haven't had the luxury like you guys have to work on hydraulics, but like I'm talking about thread pitch for just general hardware, because like every country's got its own thread pitch. Like there's like hundreds of different grades and standards out there.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Gil just mentioned, you got like Japan even has their own thread pitch for their own hardware, their own metric hardware, and it's different from English, pitch on their hardware. And even though they might both be metric.
Mm-hmm.
You see, you're talking Chinese now to me. I got a basic concept of what you're talking about thread pitch. When it comes to fixing things, for me, I start get my toolbox out, and if a socket doesn't fit something, I grab another one, and grab another one until it fits.
Yeah, I've got a thread gauge. It's a machine made by Starrett. It's a machine tool that measures the thread pitch per inch and all that. And there's so many of them out there. It's just crazy, man. Yeah.
So is this specifically for things like something that holds pressure or retaining, or?
Some of it's for
fasteners.
Yeah, fasteners and stuff, screws and stuff, nuts and bolts. You get nuts and bolts from Korea. They may have a different pitch on them than the nuts and bolts from Mexico, and then the difference in the nuts and bolts from Spain or China. That's the thing. Each country is trying to set themselves up as, oh, we are the official now. Everyone should be using our pitches for nuts and for the threads and everything else, and that's the problem.
Yeah, and like I said, it's the angle of the thread, like the individual threads. That's part of pitch. But yeah, like
Right,
Gil's earlier saying was like
And
TPI, the
dihedral. Mhm.
threads per inch, because some of them got really, really coarse threads and some of them got really, really fine threads. But of course, naturally, at least here in the US, you can buy different hardware that's got, fine threads, and you got stuff that's got the coarse thread. Usually if you buy stuff that's coarse threads, just like, I think what they call it, like grade 1, just really, cheap entry level hardware, which is fine because it'll pretty much serve for most purposes, but some specialized applications where pressure and specific torques are involved, like anything to deal with steam systems or hydraulics, as Gil and Bob are talking about, then you need to go like
Grade
specific
8
hardware. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, there just fasteners. Just fasteners is outstanding. The different purposes for them. Oh my God, man! Like huck bolts are made for extremely high shear. High locks are made for very high shear or tension. It just goes on and on and on. That's one of the things I had to know by heart. Look at a blueprint and know they have a fastener code, whatever it is, and I had to memorize all that stuff and put the correct fastener in that hole every time, because it might not look like a critical part, but the fasteners are what makes the difference. Shear and tension.
So, a question for you, Bob, is to knowing what you know throughout repair and stuff in the aircraft industry and so on. Do you keep anything like that specially set aside as a bunch of spares, or what do you have in terms of
Yes,
this sort of thing?
I do. Yeah. Usually, let's say if I'm on a project here in my shop and I need a number 6 length 1/4 inch bolts, I don't go just buy 2 or 3 of them. I buy a whole box full. So I've got bolts. Most of them are just the basic, just your hardware store standard strength. Grade 8 are much better, but my God, are they expensive? And then you can go up from there. Yeah, I've got some stainless steel fasteners, but they're expensive too.
What grade 8 you say? What's
But yeah,
that?
I keep a bunch of them around.
Grade 8 is a super
Very hard.
steel.
Very, very. Mm-hmm.
It's designed not to stretch.
Yeah, I don't have any bolts handy.
All
mine are over there. Oh.
Right.
Grade 1 is just general, like I said, just general hardware. You can just buy it at any hardware store. Like when you're getting into stuff we're talking about, like grade 8,
Yeah.
that stuff you pretty much have to order, special order.
So basically, you've got to identify what things in your house or vehicle requires these sorts of things, and potentially be a weak link or the single point of failure, and get some in for that.
Yeah.
Whether it be water pump or transmission or whatever.
Mm-hmm. You can just kind of tell by the weight
down
of the
below
item
there.
that you're bolting together.
Yeah. But in answering the question down below here, what would be the most important tools to have? If it's a true SHTF situation where the whole country is down and it's not going to be coming back for 5 years or more, I would say your most important tools to have are going to be manual tools, not your power screwdrivers, not your power drills, your old hand crank tools and stuff,
Right,
or anything that you can use without power.
Yep.
Yes, knives, hand chisels, hand tools that
Good
are
old
non-powered.
Yeah, and hand saws.
Scissors. Those. Yeah.
Yeah, scissors.
Old school.
I think I got a playlist of some of the stuff that I showed. Files. Drill bits, things like that.
Which is quite, you know.
I just saw something in the chat here. Sorry, I just saw something in the chat. Put out there by Occam's Razor. Roofing hatchet a must. How many people have a roofing hatchet?
Nope.
I have no idea what a
What's
roofing
that?
hatchet is.
Okay, a roofing hatchet looks like a hatchet on the one side. On the blade, it has a notch for pulling out nails and stuff. The other end is a hammer. So you can hammer with it. You can split shingles, whatever else. You can trim a wood. You can pull nails. It's what a roofer uses. It's a roofer's tool. And actually, we got them for our scouts for the scout boxes because they're doing all sorts of stuff. But and most people have never even heard of a roofing hatchet.
I haven't. I've only heard of drywall hatchets.
So I mean that basically replaces a couple of other tools then, because surely you could use a hammer and something else to do that one job.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Multi-tool.
I've got framing.
Basically, it's the multi-tool of the roofing world. Yeah. Oh yeah, pry bars. It's like pry bars. I got pry bars, everything from 2 feet up to 6 foot long, and I use them quite often with my equipment.
Be interesting to see or hear about anyone who's got a 3D printer specifically for making any sorts of bespoke things if they've got electricity and the means to do it. Although I'm not convinced about them because I don't think the strength would hold up too well. Because, you know, we're talking about repairing things and spare parts. It's not just about nuts, bolts, screws and nails. We're into the realms of maintaining things, identifying problems, and basically, at the end of the day, harvesting things, cannibalizing, bodging, and making things do, really.
And mason tools.
Yeah, you'd have to be able to be good at that.
Yeah,
I like
construction for a while. I got a lot of mason tools.
I like the kit that Swede picked up. Compact kit to put into his car that will be able to fix something little and get you home. That's fantastic. Yeah. I love that, man.
You mean this yellow one?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. See?
Yeah.
And that'll go right in the trunk of your car, and that'll get you out of a situation.
The way they got that set up and organized, it's more of a tool.
That'll get you.
A tool bag.
That'll get you home. You know, if you have something come loose, you can fix it alongside the road and get back in the car and get home. Well, good thinking there, Swede.
Yeah, it's better to have this
there you go.
lightweight bag than a big, large, heavy toolbox that will drain you on energy just carrying it.
Yeah, I agree. Good
Waste
thinking.
of calories. And a big, large toolbox doesn't fit everywhere either. Yeah, so this fits basically everywhere, almost.
Vanessa Kitty has a good point there for after the total collapse. You know, whether you can afford a metal 3D printer is another matter. Know where your CNC machine manufacturers are, because if you're able to produce power by solar, wind, whatever, and you can get some of these machines, you're going to be king of the hill because you can manufacture stuff for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I got. I got here. They're all manual machines. I can make anything, you know.
Yeah.
It's probably a number of stages people will go through. First of all, fixing any immediate damage that may have occurred through disaster or any sort of destruction. And then once you've got that sorted out, I mean, you can do that sort of thing with the basic things we talked about. Duct tape.
Yeah.
Paracord, zip ties, screws, nails, nuts and bolts. And then once that's sorted out and you've maintained some sort of functionality and you've got the key things sorted out, shelter and warmth, all that sort of stuff, then you can move on to the bigger things and harvesting things from other resources, vehicles, buildings, and foraging trips and so on, you know.
Something I've used a couple times, and I actually used it this week as well, was compression tape. Most people don't know what compression tape is.
Yeah, we used to call it self-amalgamating tape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can seal, if you got a water line that has a small crack in it or whatever, or a pinhole leak, you can patch it up really quick, and it'll hold for years with that compression tape.
Yeah, it sort of welds in amongst itself and forms. If you do it 3 times, 4 times round, for instance, it will just bond to itself and make one solid rubber fastener. Yeah. You also got PTFE tape as well for minor leaks and things like that. Plumber's mate putty.
Yeah.
I mean, most of these things people don't realize exists, or they don't really come across it until something breaks in their house. There's a plumbing problem occurs, or the door hinges need fixing, or the roof tiles are starting to come off, or they've lost the keys and they have to break a window and have a makeshift window, so dig out plastic sheeting to repair that and so on.
Yeah, I had some pipes back up in this house. The main sewer pipe got backed up. That was a few weeks ago, though.
Yeah. Yeah, the portable toilet
in my front yard.
We got a couple of those for camping.
Oh, Bob,
I use one all the time.
You just poop in your hand. You just have it ready to go for when that next guy comes. Tries to break in or does something.
Yeah, somebody does something foolish, I just pee and spin in a circle and throw my own poo. Yeah.
Hey, Guardian.
Yeah, spare parts. So yeah, I've got quite.
Guardian.
Yeah, I've got quite a lot of spare parts around, plus raw stock of steel and aluminum too.
Yeah.
It's
I ordered a big. I ordered a big 1/4-inch plate of steel that I'm going to make something coming up here soon so I can put it in my suitcase and take it over to my house over in the Philippines for some musical instruments. I'll probably put up a video about that.
I was gonna say I keep some. I got some taps and dies for make my own threads.
There you go. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Repair your threads too. No, those things will save your butt so many times, man.
Yeah, and having a good thread chaser so you're not using your die or your tap to straighten out threads, but just have a thread chaser just for straightening out threads and cleaning off the rust.
I've got for every window, I've got a dedicated roll of plastic sheeting, which is 4 mil thick, real thick stuff, and I've marked it out, cut loads of them out. So within an hour, I can replace all the windows with this plastic sheeting, and it's in a little corner.
Good thinking,
rolls of duct tape with it as well. There's dimensions written on the plastic, and it's just there, good to go. Because like windows are so easy to get smashed, destroyed. Someone destroy them for you.
Yeah.
There you go.
You got what happened down there in Philadelphia.
Elections are coming up.
I was talking about what happened in Philadelphia last week. They had all those people going in, rioting and looting. They're smashing the storefronts. But I mean, that's storefronts, but the same thing could still happen in residential.
Yeah, it's like one of these days I'm going to convince the wife to let me put that the film on our windows that if a rock gets thrown at it, even if it's from the lawnmower, that it's not going to shatter the window. It's going to protect the window.
Yeah. Those security films
That's
we used to
on
have
my
on
Amazon
every
list, Gil.
right. Yeah, the
Mhm.
good stuff definitely. We used to have it on every window in the accommodation blocks in the army, specifically for any blast effects from the terror threat from the
Good
IRA.
one there, Guardian Outdoors. Sorry, he made a joke. I was talking about Philadelphia, and he says, at least it's always sunny.
Yeah. So yeah, you can buy these the films that go onto your windows, and some you get some real good quality stuff that will withstand hammer blows.
Yeah.
And maintain the integrity of the window. Real good. So if anyone's concerned about window protection, that is definitely a real good thing to have. Obviously, it doesn't replace you're just buying yourself time if someone wants to get in, but it is a good thing to have.
Yeah, and it's not only for that type of situation. Like I say,
That's-
lawnmower, kid with a baseball bat, and hitting a curved ball and stuff. And if you have double pane or triple pane windows, you definitely want to put that on the outside window to help keep the integrity of the insulation value as well. Yeah, we got 2 trailers. No, 3 trailers. One is a travel trailer. One is a utility cargo trailer. The other one is a flatbed trailer that we put sides on that we can throw a tent up and really make a tent trailer out of it really quick.
That's good.
I've just got my self-converted
that glass sheeting is on my Amazon list.
There was a comment about a sewing kit what came up earlier. My wife puts that to shame. She's got 4 different types of sewing machines. She's got a serger, a hobby lock, and two regular type sewing machines with different patterns built into them. And then we have my mom's old Netchi sewing machine, which can actually sew Levi's and stuff. So,
I was doing some dumpster diving a couple of years ago, about 5 years ago. I saw this couple, and they were throwing all sorts of stuff into this skip. I went across, had a look, and I dug out of there one of the old Singer sewing machines that you rotate and use by hand. We've still got that.
Trundle style one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love
Say
to have
again?
one of those. And I think they call that, a Trundle style or something like that, Trundle, or where it's foot
Yeah,
powered.
you can
Treadle.
convert it so that
Treadle, yeah.
your feet operate it, or you just spin it with your hand, basically. Yeah.
Yeah,
Every person in my unit in the army, part of the SOPs was each one of you had to have a housewife, which is a sewing kit, and that was a key thing to have because you rip your clothes quite easily. We're not just talking, in something happens in your house and half your house destroys. You're talking about your personal level upwards. So the ability to repair clothing, but not just repair clothing, have spare clothes as well in case of. I mean, how many people have got spare clothes in prep boxes? Heavy duty, good quality, cold weather and stuff. Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Because the event could be a fire, and there you go.
The only thing I keep extra of is socks. That's as far as
How many times have you heard this scenario where oil was left in the clothes we stood up in, for instance?
I got bundles of these wool socks for spares.
Right. Yep. And of course, you need a sewing kit for those because if it's pure wool all the way through, they're quite they hold quite easy.
Now, my biggest problem was those is after like 40 washings, they start to shrink.
Right. Yeah.
Uh-oh. I got to go. I just saw the grandkids go running by the window. They're going to be knocking on the door here any second.
Roger that.
Okay, no problem.
Have a good one.
All right. See you guys later.
Take care.
There you
Stay
go.
safe.
Yep. So, Bob, welder, what you obviously keep an amount of metal handy to make things.
Well, depending on the type of welding, you're also going to keep some spare welding electrodes around, whether it be stick welding or whether it be the wire electrode.
Right.
And then
But,
you'll keep
you know,
some spare tips around for the welder head.
yeah. Yeah, good. Because there's a multitude of things you can manufacture, fabricate through welding.
Yeah, especially if you can TIG weld.
Yeah, I mean, woodwork's all right, but it does have its limitations when it comes to recreating things, joining things together. If you haven't got the screws and fixings, you know, if something splits, welding, say you can just weld something back onto something else and it would be just as good.
You want to hear something crazy? For the longest time, people used to joke around, especially back in the lumberyard I used to work with. The millwrights would screw with the rest of us, mess with us. But like the one guy, he used to joke about wood welder. But I actually later on looked it up because he was serious about joking about it, and I looked it up later on. They actually do make a wood welder, but it doesn't weld wood together in the conventional sense that you'd think it does.
A wood welder.
Yes, a wood welder. Look it up on YouTube. It is the craziest thing. It's like, what the hell?
Right. I'm imagining now. SAP comes into it.
No.
Yeah, I can't say I ever.
Because when I did
wood welder.
I did a carpentry and joinery course for a week as part of my resettlement because that's all the resettlement grant could afford to give me. And the instructor said, "Don't worry about sort of holes and stuff like that because the best thing you can fill it with is sawdust and glue."
Yeah. But no, there's this machine that can actually weld two different boards together. And basically, it uses a lot of force. And it compresses the two boards, and basically it rubs the two boards back and forth like super fast, generates a lot of heat, and as it cools down, the two boards somehow stick together. It's like, what the heck, man? I just when you thought you'd seen and heard it all, it's like somebody actually came up with something like this.
Yeah, it's pretty. I'd like to see. I'll look at that later. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Like I said, wood welders. It used to be a joke between us guys at the lumberyard, and it comes to find out a wood welder actually does exist.
Good. That's a picture I've just put on there.
Friction welding. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
friction welding. That picture I just put up there is I've got the set of metal drawers, and that's in one of the drawers, and it's basically 6 or 7 tuna tins, which are just put into the drawers and filled with new nails.
Yeah,
and nails difference. That's a nail drawer. I've got a screw drawer, a zip tie drawer, a drawer full of Jubilee clips, drawer full of glues, drawer full of all sorts of little fixings and stuff, drill bits, and I've got various little tool bags like shadows there, and you always tend to go back to your good old favourites because you over a period of time you know what works, you know what I mean, and yeah.
And like Gil was saying, sometimes the stubbornness, of change.
Yeah, I mean that picture there. I inherited a right mess, and this is the sort of system I use now. I just put them in all different sizes, nice and tidy and neat, so you can just go in there, you pick one out, and they're all the same size, as opposed to the next photograph I'll put up there, which would be the other version I started off with. Uniformity. That's what I like.
Yeah.
Makes it a lot
agree.
easier, doesn't it, when everything's organized? Mm-hmm.
Bob, what are you
You
eating?
find everything easier. You find everything
butter.
quicker too.
Peanut,
No, I just heard the lip smacking.
Right. This
Yeah.
drawer.
peanut butter sandwich. Wife did not make breakfast again today.
Oh
She's
dear.
going in that
I
freaking
thought you were gonna show
rowboat to
off
South
some
America any
Korean
minute
pork
now.
or something like
Fired
that,
again.
or some Filipino pork or something.
No, not today. Damn it.
Not the,
Not today.
back to
Damn
peanut butter.
it.
This picture I
Just
got
because
here.
she's working 14 hours a day, that's no excuse.
This is the drawer I started off
Oh,
with.
yeah, I can see what you started off with. Yeah.
So
Mhm.
you end up, you think, all right, I need a certain screw size. You open the drawer up and you spend 20 minutes looking for a screw that fits it. Yeah, that'll do. And then you spend another 20 minutes finding another one the same size, and half the day's gone because you've been looking for a couple of screws, you know.
And
it's just
that's the nightmare you run into when what Gil and Bob and I were talking about with the different thread pitches. You know, you could have two things. Oh, this happens to be 10 millimeter, and this is also 10 millimeter. But oh no, the freaking threads are different grade, and they are different thread pitch. Corned beef Monday in the smoker.
another thing I like to collect. Not not on purpose, but as I come across them, is hinges. And you can make you got a drawer full of hinges there as well, so you can make things like makeshift cupboards to store things like coal in, or scrap bits of wood that you can save later for burning, or repair boxes with, or make a box that you may come up. You might find the need for a new box to put things in, or to repair doors and things like that with. Always come in.
Yeah, I mean,
basically, where I am now, where I am now, the spare parts. This is the spare parts last home. Nothing leaves. Everything has a use.
Yeah. Guardian has a question. Quick question. Everyone's top pick for the current likelier situation for a global SHTF.
Top pick for an SHTF. The most likely situation for an SHTF. Right. My pick would be next year. You've got the American elections. You've got the Russian confirmatory elections.
Yes.
You've got the British elections all at the same time. No, but there's some other elections coming up as well.
Yeah, and we have the European Parliament elections next year too.
In each one of the right, here you go. So in each one of these elections, there's going to be a disgruntled party, the losing team, if you like, and things will kick off. Whether or not it escalates across borders and across other countries, as they do, ceases to be there. But social unrest would be my pick for the immediate next year.
Same here. That's what I'm gearing up for right now, guys. It's exactly what I'm gearing up for the next elections. Well, I mean, you know, Seattle's nearby where I live, and they occupied part of the city.
Yeah,
part of the city of Seattle was occupied. So, yeah, that's. I haven't forgotten. Well, I'll say it again. Goddamn, I have not forgotten one thing about that. This whole state was on fire. Everywhere was on fire.
To Guardian and Outdoors.
News didn't cover it. But
he's asking. I don't know if he was asking what hardware to stock. I couldn't tell you. Not for civil unrest. I guess stock a lot of ammunition. But as far as that's about as close as hardware as I'm going to get to
Even
I don't think a grade A8 bolt is going to solve something like this.
no, it even says there they've even got
No.
elections next year in South Africa as well. So look into that sort of the general consensus of events. Then you've got to be looking towards
oh yeah,
home repairs to windows. Windows are a favourite to be put through firefighting equipment as things get set on fire.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fire
Burglaries.
extinguisher would be
Yep.
nice to
People on the
have some
rampage,
extra.
should I say, things like that. So that could cover anything from
axe handle if you can't own a firearm.
Yep, it covers everything from home protection, self-defense, all the way through
Just splitting the
to
load.
home repairs, windows, doors, security. It's a nightmare.
Yep, sheets of plywood if you got enough time to
Yeah.
put them over your windows to limit the access to getting inside of the building would be a good thing. Door
Yeah.
braces so that it makes it very hard to kick in your doors. It gives you enough time to grab axe handle or whatever else you may have handy. But yeah, things like that right now.
And historically,
I've got the door
axe
braces, the weapons. So
I was going to say the axe was the favorite weapon of the Vikings.
Axes are
yeah.
quite a useful thing because people don't know how to really defend against an axe unless you got a firearm.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so people look towards home repairs, firefighting stuff, things like that. Clearing, we're also talking about things after, the clear up job. Has people got brushes, spades to clear up stuff that's accumulated?
CR, you're fired. CR, you're fired.
Shovels,
Just fired.
spades. And
He's not
cleanup
even in the
equipment.
chat, and you're already. I mean, he's only in the chat. He's not even in the the show right now, and you're firing him.
I mean, I'm sorry, Vet, but I just had to address that. Can I axe a question? Oh, yeah, you're fired, dude.
CR should come up here so we can give him a good ribbon.
So we can fire him on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put him on the spot.
You're on the spot. You're done, dude.
In front of Center Shadow. We can all...
I think one rowboat to send my wife away because she didn't make any breakfast, and another rowboat for CR. We're going to send you guys down to southern Argentina to play with the penguins. That's where you're both going.
You send him to New York.
Send him to New York.
Hey, boat says Iowa.
Send him someplace cold. Well, no, the CR is Canadian. He's used to that. Send him to one of them, like Wake Island or something, way out there in the middle of the hot Pacific Ocean with no air conditioning or something.
Send him out to Guam.
He's on the chopping block now, he says.
He's on the chopping
Yes,
block
he is.
now. Oh, he's so fired now.
Yeah, and see, I got a second. Anyone to third it,
I have a small camping hatchet. It weighs half a kilo. So, and I also have a tomahawk.
There you go. Yeah, tomahawk.
Yeah,
What do you
with
with
a hammer end on it.
So I bought something. Friggin' try not to buy too much stuff that I see on video ads, but I decided I'm gonna go ahead and give it a chance. I bought this wasabi knife sharpening set. I'm gonna give it a go, see how good that's gonna be for sharpening knives, because a lot of people are saying it's pretty good. So.
Right. Is it a pull through or a stone type?
You know what
It's a stone. It's a stone type with like a kind of like an arm or whatever that articulates over the top. You just glide it across, and then you flip you rotate the knife and sharpen one side, rotate the knife, sharpen the other side.
Right. So it's got like an angle guide. Is it?
Yeah.
Right. Yep. Yep.
So, like I said,
Mhm.
one of these days I'm gonna
I got
unbox it, and I
a
will do a video of me reviewing it. I just haven't gotten around to it. It's still in its original packaging.
That is a good axe. Good brand too.
Never heard of it.
Halterfors, yeah, very good. They're very expensive as well here.
Expensive, yes, but that is quality you get when you buy one.
I know
They will
Wrangle
last you
Star.
forever.
Wrangle Star, years ago, he did a video about axes. Like, he's done several videos about axes, but one video in particular where he's talking about a bunch of different axes. I vaguely remember him talking about some sort of Swedish brand of axe, and he said it's just they marry the handle just perfectly into the axe head where it doesn't wiggle, there's no no risk of the axe handle trying to work itself out of the axe head like they'll have with some of the cheaper axes.
Yeah, that'll be a Halterfors, no doubt, probably. I'll try and personally, you know, I have got some axes, but
That's a sharp knife there, Bob. Sorry.
I try and avoid axes if possible,
Mhm.
especially after SHTF sort of events, because the injury aspect is very great. I'd rather use a hand saw if possible.
Well, at some point in time, you're going to have to split the wood that you just bucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a razor sharp knife. That's what I want to do.
What I got, Steve, was they're
Sorry,
they're
Bob.
about $100
I was talking to Bob.
Amazon. Just a minute. I'll tell you how to get these your knives this sharp. It's about $100 on Amazon. I do have oil stones and all that, but it's called a Ken Onion Work Sharp. It's an electric powered tool that will get your knives this sharp. These knives are on all of my pistol belts, and they're all that sharp.
Don't you mean
Just
your
like
camera
that.
belts?
That's a sales receipt. Went right through it.
You mean
Yeah, my camera belts. Yeah, for my Bud Light belts. Yeah. Yeah. Ken Onion Work Sharp.
Ken Onion
Yeah,
Work Sharp.
we have one of these on all the belts. The same knife. That's just this sharp. Because, you know, you need to use one of these things. You better make sure it's sharp so it'll go right through clothing or anything else you might need. Yeah. Yeah, look into
Preserve
it.
the tip.
If your other system of sharpening your knives doesn't work out, if it doesn't work out well for you, Steve, consider one of those work sharps. It's a belt sander thing. It gives you precise angles to the blade. Wonderful machine.
I need to find something that'll actually sharp. I've got a Ontario Knives M9 bayonet. I tried sharpening it with a regular whetstone, and I didn't sharpen it at all. In fact, all I did was just carve a groove right in the middle of my whetstone. Like, it's a super hard steel. And
Hey, McBean, good to see you, brother.
Yeah,
yeah, that's a bayonet, right?
It's one of the reasons I prefer Scandi grind knives, because you don't have to worry about the angle so much. But if you got a sharpening stone as well, I use a flattening stone as well to iron out any grooves after I've sharpened.
Good old bayonet.
Yeah, those bayonets definitely nasty stuff.
what was that, M7 or was that an M7 bayonet?
I think Bob is going to get one, I guess.
Yeah, it's a bayonet for the M16. I think it's like the M7. something like that. But I use this for opening my Bud Light containers and nothing harmful because I'm a freaking pacifist. Yeah.
Not just any pacifist, a leftist.
Now I wouldn't know about this. Yeah. Leftist pacifist. I didn't tell you guys. Did I tell you guys last week that I'm going to Thailand for that big surgery? I'm going. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm going for the big surgery, top and bottom. Oh yeah. Yeah, I got this all worked out where I'm even gonna get my skin tattooed to a darker color, and then when I come back to the US, I'm gonna go enter Mexico and then run across the border. I'm gonna have all angles covered, okay?
That's Bob Undercover.
Yep, I'm a pacifist, guys. As I roll up the the lanyard for my bayonet, I'm a pacifist. Yeah, I've been thinking about getting something like a long-handled, either a proper tomahawk or something like that. But if you look back in warfare over the centuries, every army in the old days had some kind of an axe.
I think back to that movie, that Mel Gibson movie, Patriot. Yeah, tomahawk.
This is my tomahawk.
Mm-hmm. Like that. Yeah, tomahawk. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Got a nice long handle on it. Well, good choice. Yep.
Yep.
And actually, that one,
if I see a big Swede running at me because I'm running the other way.
and see that one is kind of innocuous anyway. It looks like any ordinary tool. It doesn't look like it's high speed, low drag. It looks like an ordinary tool, which is perfect. Weapon hidden in plain sight.
Exactly.
Shadows from the land of Vikings.
Yep. Yeah, he is.
Axe and a shield.
Yeah.
Or a shield and a pike. Or a pole axe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pole axe.
Oh.
Hey, McBean, good to see you, brother.
Yeah, good to see you too.
John,
how's the weather
good to
up
see
there?
Oh, the weather is gorgeous. It's 60 degrees, sunny, slight breeze.
That is a cold steel
It's just
tomahawk.
perfect fall weather.
Yeah, we had a cold snap
See
moving
one
down here,
and
it got down into the 50s last night. But right now, I want to say it's like 60 or maybe 70 degrees out.
Yeah, I think it got down to about maybe 43 degrees last night. I just finished up all the touches on my makeshift greenhouse for my pepper plants.
Yeah. I only ask you because you live out in southern Illinois and
central.
Oh, central.
But I had an old swing set made out of 4x4s and that for the kids, and I said, it'll fit right over my plants, and I got some see-through tarps and drew it together, and I figure I'll extend my season maybe about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Dear Survival has a question. What about spiritual and emotional repairs? Well, that's a very good question.
Prayer.
Well, I mean, counseling skills would be probably the good one to have when you've got a bunch of people who've just been exposed to some sort of traumatic event or disaster. You could also refer them to their faith, I suppose.
Does anybody keep a priest in their pocket?
Well, yeah.
Got a Bible.
Chuck them a Bible. Mainly, not everyone's religious, so.
Yeah.
When shit hits the fan, they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I find that the closer to danger you get, the more people start to looking towards
Realize their mortality.
Yeah, their higher almighty sort of thing. Being, if you like.
Well, in times of prosperity, it's easy to forget. Kind of like
Yeah.
you don't appreciate a healthy back until you throw it out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And like I said before, your health and fitness, people who are injured or got long-term ailments, they will give absolutely anything to get back to normal functionality.
Yep, that's why I never complain.
Yeah.
Figure I'll give you guys a quick glance of my makeshift, and I do mean makeshift. I don't know how well it'll come out, but it used to be a swing set.
I mean, so far it don't look bad for what it is.
All right, I see. Yeah. Yep.
You know, they say if it's stupid but it works, it ain't stupid.
It's a fact. That's a fact.
there,
That looks cool.
Yeah.
and I got 2 jalapenos, and those are the ones that I saved from last year. And that's
So
why
is
they're
this
so good.
is this sheeting that you got specifically, or did you get this sheeting that was lying around, or you had it elsewhere?
The clear ones I had to order.
Yeah.
The other tarps and everything else I had.
Right. So yeah, basically, so the opportunity to build something, you delved into your spares pool and dug it out what you needed and cracked on.
Right. Basically, I got all this lumber up in the shed, and there's that swing set that just perfectly fits over my grow bags. It's almost as if it was planned. So since I went that far, nice thing having a real internet. I can walk around the property and still connect. I couldn't do this months ago.
Yeah.
You have a better connection then.
Well, I used to use my hotspot, and it was iffy out here because I'm in the middle of nowhere. And now I got Starlink.
Ah.
Oh,
Yep.
So
Night and day.
the real is Costa there. The real of survival. Just put up a question in the chat. What about comms and comm repairs? It was only this week I bought I got a new soldering iron. So for me radio kit I've got soldering iron with all the solder and all the other components in it as well, and multimeters and stuff like that, continuity testing for cables and coaxes and antenna systems and things like that. Beyond that, you're talking about circuit boards and stuff, and unless you know how the radios and comm systems are built and circuit diagrams, you're completely stuffed, really. So it's a case of opening up a radio set, for instance, continuity testing the boards, and taking out with a soldering iron and a solder vacuum pump, taking out a damaged component, which sometimes can be easily identified through the blacking and shorting of the system, and replacing it with other ones, and it can quite easily be done with a soldering iron. So yeah, soldering iron for me, and a multimeter is the basics for sort of radios.
I'm on the old school of have a backup to your backup to your backup to your backup.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was saying earlier, the at what point, how many sort of things you have, and I sort of gauge my number system on 3. Anything more than 3 gets a bit too much for me. Anything less than 3 is starting to verge on a bit, it's a bit of a tenuous item, if you like.
3 is 3 is a good number.
Yeah.
That rule don't apply to golf uniform Novembers, but
no. And you got to identify out there, your key aspects of the continuation, things that will keep life going, and your single points of failure, and maybe have more than 3 of those, and more spare components that will make those.
All right, Guardian's here.
Hey, Guardian.
That could be anything from a pumping system to generator cables, for instance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but hello to the panel and how to chat.
Yeah,
Yep.
we can hear
Hey,
you
You're coming loud and clear.
Yes, that's really interesting with what Preparedness Veteran was busy talking about there. The reason why I specifically came up was that Darius, the survival question came up earlier about that broken parts, and it actually was reiterated here recently. So I will address that in here in a moment, but I don't want to interrupt with that. But I just wanted to say that I will say one or two things on that here in a moment. But I'll let you guys continue first.
I'm just answering the real's question there. Who has a CB? I'm just saying, yeah, I've got a CB.
Yeah,
yeah, I would like to have one myself.
I've got about
C-
3 or 4 of them.
Got a CB radio in my van, HF, VHF, UHF sets.
I picked up a shortwave.
And receiver sets as well. Yeah, not forgetting, receivers.
Yeah, I've got a shortwave for listening, but not for communicating.
Yeah, no, it's listening only.
Yeah. Sundays is my radio day. I always get my kit out and get the antennas up and see how far I can make contacts in various modes and stuff. It's always good skills. But yeah, I mean, CB radio, for instance, is in Britain. I don't know what it's like anywhere else, but in UK, it's not that widely used, especially up north. When you get down south, you get people using it quite a lot. The odd conversation going here and there, and it's really CB is such a good system to have. It offers so much opportunity because basically it's license free. You got 40 plus channels depending on what modes you're using. It's easy to use, and the frequency it's on 27 megs. You can use a small antenna, and for that frequency you can talk quite a long way, and it's definitely a good key asset to have for talking to people.
It used to be popular over here in the early 80s.
After Convoy came out.
Yep. I had one.
Yep.
I had one in my car. I had a 23 channel one. And because it wasn't a 40 channel one, it actually pushed more wattage per channel. So even though I had just a trunk mounted antenna, I was able to reach out there a good, 10, 15 miles.
Yeah, easy. Yeah.
Problem with the CBs I got, they're the little portable kind. They're like 2 waters, and
right.
I'm gonna have to experiment with some antennas because obviously the box stock ones I don't get good reception. There'd have to be some sort of repeater system set up in order for those to be of any use.
I mean, generally, it's a real good frequency they've selected and enabled. The modern day CBs.
I gotta go.
All right, later, Bob.
Okay, Bob, no problem.
The modern day CBs you get these days, you can have. They've got multi different modes. You can go from AM all the way through, and to extend the range, you can just make your own antenna really, because 27 megs. All these antennas you buy, they're pretty much broadband antenna just for convenience really. You can make your own dedicated antenna, which is 10 times more efficient, much longer range than the actual ones you buy. But you're talking into more theoretical stuff and more specialist sort of knowledge there. And people these days they just want to plug and play basically. And for that reason, CB is a good system to have. It's a real good plug and play.
I was going to say too, because at least here in the US, like CBs are not as popular as the 2-way walkie-talkie radios. So in some instances you could say there's a little bit of security, not a lot, but I mean there's a little bit of security, and there's a little bit more security if you got a portable ham radio set that you talk on, because not everybody's got ham radio. Not everybody's got the capability of listening to ham, and not everybody's got the capability of communicating on ham.
I tell you, I was traveling out to Arizona, and I just had these cheap little 2-ways, those ones that you buy at the store for $20. They say a 30-mile range, but that's not true.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I picked up some conversations. I mean, some pretty intense ones that were talking some real conspiracy theory stuff along the way. Now, I couldn't reach out to them, but I was surprised I could hear everything they were saying. And I think I was like on channel 19. And I mean, there's these two guys, and they were just one right after the other, and they were talking some real, government conspiratorial stuff right out there in the open. And I was chuckling because I figured if I can, hear it with my, $20 radio,
Yep.
others can.
Yep, absolutely. And that's I did a key video on that, and the amount of information you can obtain just through listening is just pretty immense, really. And if you got the right skills to analyze information and transmissions, you can just build up a picture over time, and it's pretty scary, really, what you can gather, because people are lazy when they talk as well, you see. But
Oh yeah, I mean, this was done by just happened to scroll through it and go, "Oh, what's this?"
right, yeah. Well, when it comes to radios and comms, I mean, you tend to find that the license-free gear, people just talk over each other, they swear on the radio, they just blurt out all sorts of stuff. When you get into the licensing sort of side of it, it's a lot more regimented and organized, and people are a lot more polite and that sort of thing. And it goes from the license-free stuff is sort of real short-range gear. Then you get into the CB, which is slightly longer, and then you're delving into the longer range stuff there. So, information gathering, everything from short range up to longer range. That includes a wideband radio receiver as well. Yeah. But these things, because they're a lot of these things are real delicate pieces of equipment, and having the spares and the knowledge to repair these things is real specialist stuff, and it's way beyond my skill set, way beyond.
Yeah,
you've got to be
CR,
a radio technician.
Oh, CR jumps in after Bob leaves, so he can't get fired.
Yeah, CR.
I figure I'd spare my time. What I'm doing. Bob's probably gonna be like, he'll come back and be like, "You're fired." Okay, see you guys.
So I got 31 of these off my one acorn squash plant.
What's that, John?
So I got 31 of these off my acorn squash plant the other day.
Oh, right.
Wow.
One
Nice.
plant.
Nice.
We'll be eating these all month.
Is that a form of pumpkin type thing?
It's it's an acorn squash. So, I mean, it's
Right.
part of the pumpkin family.
I mean, those will last quite a long time in storage as well, won't they?
They will. I mean, you can store them for the winter, but I like them. So we'll probably, by the end of November, we'll probably have them ate.
And their nutritional value, good?
Yep, lots of vitamins and minerals. Light on the calories until you put all that butter and brown sugar I use to cook it.
Right.
Then the calories do change. But, vitamin D, potassium, magnesium, a lot of your minerals that you need in that. But calories, probably about 5 calories until I doctor it up.
Yeah. Well, good.
And they're really easy to grow. Just like I said, this was one plant. The plant was like 20 feet one direction and 25 feet the other. So it's not something you can put in a small garden.
So I just want to say something real quick, right? So fundamentally, this is why having that whole rule where 2 is 1 and 1 is none, that principle is very true within this whole topic. And I think that that's quite significant. Primarily, making sure that when you do attain gear, even though it is going to cost you a bit more, to attain the right gear, and putting that extra amount of cash into your specific survival gear. And not just that, but testing it over time and realistically testing it out, going out there, going for hikes and camps, and just like, whatever you're doing, whether you, even if you're not capable of consistently going for hikes, as some of us do, even if it's just using your tools around the garden, make sure, actually use your equipment that you have so that you understand which equipment works the best for you, because the same equipment doesn't always work for everybody either. Not only that, but also like the way in which you use items. And I just want to say as a quick, in brackets disclaimer, that I absolutely hate folding shovels, and I've gone through like 2 of them that were just absolutely terrible, and they were both supposed to be really good quality, and I've just had a really bad time. So your short-handed survival kind of shovels are much better than the
I
folding
like
ones.
folded shovels.
Eagle, right?
You gotta get the right one.
Yeah, you can get the right one. But yeah, no, I agree with what you said. I will say this much though, for those who can't afford to get something top of the line, it's nothing wrong with starting with something basic, something cheap, something entry level, and then upgrading over time, and then the entry level item will be backup for a little bit until you can afford to get another item.
That's smart.
I would suggest maybe going mid-grade the next time around, so you can afford to get a second mid-grade, and then eventually, if you can afford to get something that's a little bit higher up in quality, then go ahead and go top quality.
That's a brilliant point. And I think that, there's also a saying that the one that you have is the best one that you have, or something like that.
Yeah,
the best one is the one that you have. Most.
Something like that, yeah. So I do get that too. And not everybody can afford to get the most, the high-end quality gear and that as well. And not only that, but sometimes your second-hand gear, if you look around, you can find it garage stores and stuff like that. You can find sometimes that second-hand gear of really items that have been around for a while. They stood the test of time and they're really durable and rugged. Those are actually the items that I love the most as well. So I don't know. It does depend on that, but I think that you raise a good point that not everybody can. You just got to be considerate of that too, I guess.
Yeah, the budget.
All right. Well, I might have to go. Otherwise, coming out here to join us, and she's bringing the music.
All right.
Everybody have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe.
All right.
All right.
Take
Later.
care.
You too, buddy.
Stay safe.
How do I get out of here?
Always
I know how to join, but I don't know how to leave.
Just on another little side note, there is when he showed us those squashes that he had there. When it comes to spares, how many people have got a spare set of not spare, but a backup set of seeds, for instance?
Oh, that's what I said earlier.
Is it? All right. Sorry.
Yeah, I said that earlier. Spare seed.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because germination rates differ. You might have off season. You might have a season where you don't even get any seeds because the harvest isn't there.
Yeah,
So
you might
you'll
lost all
need
your
a spare
crop.
seed. Yeah, you'll need a spare seed.
Yeah.
I was gonna say seeds also get old too. The storage.
Well, not
seeds.
only that too, and stuff like that. Yeah.
Even if they're the vacuum sealed heirloom seeds that are in packaged in Mylar, they get old.
Or it could be as simple as rats get into it.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Bob.
Welcome back, Bob.
Hey, Bob came back.
Could I?
You gonna follow through with the
Could I?
firing now?
No, I wanted to tell you something that just now happened. I mean, just now. I started cutting the grass in the front. Here comes dude with a bunch of flyers. Oh, I'm running for school board, re-election.
Recce.
I turned around to him. I said, "Yeah," and I said to him, "Do you have unisex bathrooms in your school?" "Well, yeah, anyone can use either in any of the bathrooms." And I said, I am totally against that. Same with the locker rooms. Well, they're open for everyone. I said, dude, there, and he starts his political bullshit. And I went, no, dude, there are 2 sexes on this planet. That's it. That's all there is. Well, honestly, we could go into that. I said, we're not going into it. And I handed him his brochure back and I said, fucking beat it.
Should throw some poop.
There's 2 sexes. That's all there is. 2. That's it. Yeah, that's the guy I should have thrown some shit at him. Yeah. No, that kind of stuff where like I have a daughter. I couldn't imagine my daughter being 8 years old and having some 12-year-old boy walk into the bathroom while she's going in there taking a piss. Man, that is bullshit. Bullshit. Yeah, he probably marked me down, fucking conservative. Yeah, look for the guy with the American flag on his house. That's the guy.
I disagree with you about the two sexes. I believe that some of us are born attack helicopters.
Yeah.
Bob, if you Google on YouTube. What I've just posted there, the Strutter gear shit stick. Google that and you'll love it.
Strutter gear shit stick.
Yeah, it's the most one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Just Google it; it's hilarious.
But that little cuck that was out in my front yard just a moment ago, I don't know what else to describe him as like a fucking beta male or whatever, like, well, we can discuss this. No, we can't. Beat it.
This discussion.
Well, he walks up and goes, I know the neighbors over there. But, okay. I'm running for re-election in the school board district. So, okay. Yeah, he didn't get far with me. I should have kept his doorknob hanger thing, but I didn't. I handed it back to him. Beat it.
So I just want to say just 30 seconds real quick about this, right? So I do think that things have gotten wildly out of control when it comes to things having being politically attached as well. And I think that when it comes to things, there's these strong, it's these weird things where I get exactly where Bob was coming from, about being a dad as well. Those type of concerns are definitely realistic concerns. There shouldn't, that type of situation shouldn't occur. There should be alternatives, that I do still, and I know that even if I am somebody that's not really making friends by me saying this, is I've met good people that are are gay, for example, and that type of thing, that are really just genuinely good people or something like that, who also just are completely opposed to people preying on any innocence in any way. My point that I'm making, and even if it does make me enemies as I'm saying, is that it's just important to be kind and compassionate. But I completely agree, Bob. I'm not okay with that either, and I think that there needs to be an alternative. I mean, yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong. And also, what they're teaching kids, it's just not normal.
It's absolutely wrong.
It's not right.
Beat it.
Yeah.
Beat it.
Yeah, there's a lot of evil being done, and I can't. Yeah. There's
oh yes,
sure,
it is.
To springboard off what you said there, Guardian. There are a lot of gays in the community, especially here in the U.S., that they're calling out some of this nonsense of what Bob's talking about, because you've got a lot of a lot of pedophiles that try to hide in the ranks. A lot of sexual offenders, sexual deviants try to
hide in the ranks
and tout themselves as trans or whatever, and then it's just the community, despite the fact that there's a lot of widespread acceptance of them, the community still got a lot of negative stigma against them, and to have these people hiding in the ranks, just basically it defeats their movement anyway. So like I said, that a lot of these people, a lot of the good ones, they're calling out the bad people that are trying to do this crap.
Well, that too, and then also not just that, but how deeply disturbing. Go ahead, Bob.
Well,
I remember they call out
subscribe to some channels like that. They're yours. That does not belong in our school. Period.
No.
Period. Keep that shit away from the kids, man.
Bob, you remember when that crap came up with Kevin Spacey? Kevin Spacey. You remember when some crap came up?
I heard very little about it. I don't know.
Yeah, this was years ago, but he got in trouble for basically sexually assaulting some 13-year-old boy or something like that, and he tried to claim, "Oh, I'm
God.
gay" or whatever. It's like the gay community wasn't having any of it because he was basically defaming them.
Yeah.
Saying that kind of crap.
The gays are dead set against chilmos, man. They're dead set against chilmos, But yeah, that's that upset me enough to, and I thought, well, you guys are still on because I got it playing in the garage here, and I have to just come in and just where I stand on all that shit. You in the schools, keep that shit away from the kids. Leave the kids alone.
You know what, Bob? Like, absolutely. And the thing is, kids should be kids. You hear what I'm saying? Like, they shouldn't even be like worried about that BS until until the age of much older, until like teenage and that type of thing. When you start like caring about that, like it should have nothing to do. And then also the educational system shouldn't really have nothing to do with like kids when it comes to this whole topic, right? Like it shouldn't even be like in any way connected. So it's just really, it really makes no sense. And then it goes to the extreme. And this is the last that I want to talk about it because I hate this topic. But the last thing that I'll say about this specifically is that the whole way that they've now brought up that there's such a thing as MAP, like I don't even want to touch on that shit, but I'm just going to say that is infuriating within itself. And it just is absolutely evil. And I'm just going to say that that's just, I don't know. I'll drop it here, but I'm saying that those people, if somebody's convicted of that shit, make examples of them. Is all I'm going to say.
I know what's going to happen with me. If I run across those people, like especially when crap hits the fan, they're going to be a recipient of a shallow grave, unmarked shallow grave out in the middle of the desert. That's what's going to happen to them.
Yeah, the education system nowadays is just.
I just want to make it.
If I had kids now,
but I'm going to bounce off again. I'm going to make myself very clear. I believe in freedom. You do whatever you want to do as an adult, but you keep that shit away from the kids.
Exactly.
I'm not talking about me as an adult with pedophilia. No, that's it for them. But you want to be gay, lesbian, whatever you want to do as an adult, go ahead. Keep it away from the kids. Correct. Yes, absolutely.
And children, no matter how old they are, children are incapable of consent.
Yep. And
absolutely.
For themselves in time.
That is good to see you again, Bob. Have a good weekend. If you can still hear me. Bye for now.
I'm glad he didn't fire me though.
Okay,
I
was shocked.
In this day and age, I would not like to have kids. I tell you, because it's just everything. It's getting attacked from all sides, and you're constantly having to watch over. Ensuring that their growth all the way through isn't getting corrupted.
Watch out if you're a straight white male, especially here in the U.S.
It's insidious, and I don't know. It just seems to be spiraling out of control. I'd probably be in jail if I had kids by now. I'd end up killing someone or something like that. It's the corruption of minds. And protecting people from the evils of the world.
I'll say that there are certain advantages to staying in a country that is like, in some ways, we're way behind this progressive nature in certain ways of the rest of the world. Like, and in some ways we actually have, I can really be happy that like we have in certain ways, old school traditional kind of, values in certain elements, and where it isn't really being pushed on the youth in the same manner. And we still have mostly, Christian values within, not just Christian values, but Christian and Muslim values specifically, and then it's spread within the different Quasi cultures and African Zulu cultures. So there's a lot of different, religions in that kind of aspect, but it's not, our youth aren't really being, it's not being thrown down their throats as it is in, other countries. And I'm really grateful in that way that we do have a third world country. Yes, we do, of course, but like, it's also that, there's also greatness within that it's not this new world type of scenario that's occurring everywhere else.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what's happened to the education system in the last 15 odd years, but it's completely gone to pot, completely corrupted and infiltrated by left wing. Yeah. Just
Left,
I don't
right,
know.
and center.
I mean,
It's just.
to be fair, I mean, I graduated within the last 15 years in the education system, public education system of the U.S. Graduated class 2010. That just kind of shows how young I am on the panel here. But, there's a stark difference between what I was taught and then compared to what kids that graduated after me 5 years later were taught. Like, I believe the year after we graduated, or might have been a couple years after we graduated, that's when they introduced Bill Gates' program of Common Core education.
Yeah, common sense as well. It seems to have flown out the window.
Yeah.
If I had kids now, I'd homeschool them, I think.
Can I ask a last little question, right? So I don't know how the hell this list of all the people that were like with the Epstein Island and everything, how that's being hushed, but it makes no sense, and that should be made like public, and there should be consequences for like all of that, right? But now because it's the rich and powerful, you don't dare say anything about it, and it's going to be swept under the rug, and other stuff's going to come up. But how many people were implicated in that BS, right? And we're just supposed to pretend and look the other way and like not care about the results of that. I'm just saying to me it's quite strange, and it doesn't make sense how money can buy so many people just protection from evil. Like that's the world we live in, I guess, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no penalty for failure either these days, and it all sort of molds into one. A classic example of the rich getting away with things is, not only Tony Blair, as someone's mentioned there in the chat, but Christine Lagarde, who was she manipulated and stole millions and millions and lost millions of euros and dollars and pounds worth of assets, and there's no recourse whatsoever. Got away with it, and next thing you know, she's been put in charge of the World Economic Forum or whatever it is. It's completely ridiculous. There's no consequence for failure these days. And all these people in the higher power positions who get caught kiddie fiddling or raping or losing their integrity through some way, shape, or form, they ended up just resigning, keeping their pensions, and cracking on. And they just resurface somewhere else like a bad stink.
We just lost Guardian.
Right. Yeah. We all know what's happening, and we can all see it. I'm sure we all feel the same.
Yep.
The
writing is on the chalkboard.
Good to see you, Ryan.
Problem is though, like people try to call out the rich and all that. The rich, ultra powerful. They end up disappearing. That's what happens. Like
if you try and accuse anyone of anything these days, you get done for slander or something like that. And the only sort of recourse anyone's got, or sort of the only trial anyone ever gets put under, is trial by media. And straight away, as soon as the media mentions something, everyone just assumes they're guilty. Just like the guy recently, hairy bloke.
I was gonna say, look at what happened to anybody that tried to accuse the Clintons, both Hillary and Bill Clinton, of any misdoings. They end up being suicide victims of shooting themselves in the back of the head 9 times with a 6-shot revolver.
Yeah. Or hanging themselves after they've cut their wrists, things like that.
Yeah. Or bludgeoning themselves out on the beach with a baseball bat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So, anyway, so spares and repairs.
Let's repair the stream here.
It always descends
Let's
into
repair
some
the stream here.
Yes. Right, I've got another 10 minutes max. I'm going to have to shoot. So
talking
yeah,
now.
like I said, I said at the beginning when we used to go and exercise out in the field and stuff like that, and the mainstays of spares, repairs, and stuff like that was gaffer tape or duct tape, zip ties, paracord. And between those three items, you can fix just about anything.
And a lot of screws.
Common sense is not
Just in
always
case you
common.
screw up.
Yeah, it's all about ingenuity in it. Having the ability to think outside the box, make things do, and mend.
Thank you, Ryan.
But like the Second World War attitude, make do and mend. But the thing I'd say, overarching all this, is if anyone's going to do their own repairs or get some spare parts or whatever, and bodge something together or cannibalize something, then you got to think safety as well as above all else, because
Hey, Thor, good to see you, brother.
hey, Thor, if you
Thor,
don't quite
you
know
need to
what you're
join
doing
us.
with electrics or anything in that ilk, or anything that involves structural integrity, and you build something, it could quite easily collapse, injure someone or kill them. Or it could
Yeah,
set
you may
fire,
be shocked on what happened.
right? Or
He's
you could
got
end
a
up
cup of
electrocuting
nails.
someone.
Yeah.
Yep.
As they say, know where the line is, as they say, right? Or dig before you, call before you dig, right? All that stuff.
So
Dig before you
that's 250 wood nails, right?
Yeah.
And the reason for that being, like, obviously such a great item is for longer term SHTF bushcrafting. Like, it's just one of the many things that can come in hand. And a lot of the manual, hi, by the way, Thor, good to see you. And a lot of the manual tools as well, obviously that don't require electricity, can be amazing for that. It's really, really good for long term.
Well, can I jump on something on that? There should be a halfway point between that, where it's not, because we're talking about power tools as an electrical, right? But you can have power tools that are ran off of, let's say, water, or like a water wheel or something like that, or bike power, or what's that called, like a potter's wheel, right? You can do it like that. So that's halfway between something more electrical, but it's mechanical advantage through like wheels and levers and pulleys and all that stuff, right? So
Yeah. That was Dr. David Kelly, who went against the grain. Next thing you know, he was found dead.
Did you just say that? Okay. Oh yeah. Oh,
Five
wow.
sisters. When each got married, we got them duct tape. Family joke. Duct tape can fix anything.
Oh, CB.
Yep, and there's also, when people are picking up these sorts of things from the store, there's different grades depending on the thickness of the outer material and the amount of glue in the product. You've got your low grade 3M duct tape, all the way up to your Gorilla tape, your dinosaur tape, or whatever.
Actually, I don't even consider 3M to be the lower grade. I consider the knockoff, no-name brand roll.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. There isn't it?
Masking tape.
Masking tape. Is that what you call it?
No,
What?
I'm
No.
just kidding. I'm kidding.
Right.
It's running
No,
credit. That's why.
it's different tape.
Yeah.
So you've got, your masking tape, your electrical tape, which is very, very useful.
Hockey tape.
So Preparedness Veteran mentioned my favorite, which is the Gorilla Tape, obviously. Like, Gorilla Tape's even really good for fixing your shoes in a rut. If you do like a lot of hiking sometimes. Yeah.
No, we watched the whole thing and the guy said that you can like fix boats with Gorilla Tape. So it's like a running joke in our household.
Because I love it so much. Like, I've got tons of Gorilla Tape. Like Gorilla Tape, Gorilla Glue, different types of Gorilla Glue. Like Gorilla, I'm being serious.
The kind that goes all puffy.
Yeah, the kind that goes puffy as well. Like, it's amazing. Gorilla Tape, like, of different strengths.
Flex tape.
It is good stuff.
I like the Gorilla Gel. The Gorilla Gel super glue. That's some pretty good glue.
Yeah, I carry Gorilla Tape everywhere. My EDC bag, bug out bag. It's all over the place. I've even got some folded up squash stuff in my wallet.
Oh
as
yeah,
well,
the
because
card. Yeah.
you can fix up anything. You know, it's a good go-to fixer if you like. One key thing I store quite a lot of is a thing called Stix oil. It might not be available in other countries, but it's a sealant and adhesive glue in a glue gun tube.
Yeah, glue
and
stick.
you know, in one of those long tube things, and you can stick underwater. It's up to 200 degrees C, minus 47 C. It will stick anything to anything, and that stuff is absolutely excellent. I have it on
LA
my boat.
Trapper, good to see you, brother.
And
Long time no see.
my repair
What's up,
kit
Ellie?
basically consists of a small tool bag on my boat, a bunch of gaffer tape or duct tape, and a load of these types of glue, screws. Basically, I don't like using nails on vessels and other things like that because, like we said earlier, you can't. You know, you want to be able to unscrew it to access things.
You know, this is the third time I've heard you mention about your boat. What kind of boat do you have? You don't need to go in like real descriptive details.
It's a 60-foot steel boat. I was going to send you an email earlier in the week, but I didn't have your email address. But
Oh yeah.
If ping us an email, I'll send one back to you. I'll give you some.
Hang on.
He has such a nice boat, dude. Like, he has the best boat, bro. Like, you'll love it. When you see it, it's amazing. Like, it really, really is one of the coolest boats you've ever seen.
I'm going to bring it up.
I mean, we lived on this for over 8 years. And
oh, wow.
It's at the moment, it's our bug out location because we're not there. So we are going to go back to it. We go back to it a couple of, very often to keep things running up and that sort of stuff. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a fully self-contained unit, and you have spares. Everything's fixed with screws. You don't really glue anything apart from the things like the solid fuel stove and the tiles around it. Did all that myself.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I know it was something Proton Mail. I don't remember.
Yeah. So if anyone out there wants to email me, pvuk@protonmail.com, and I'm quite open when it comes to chatting and stuff like that and things like this. So I'll open to questions and that sort of shit. Yeah, the real love survival. Stix oil. You get it from Tool Station. It's excellent stuff.
Yeah, Stix also very useful.
Oh, you got it there, Shadow, in your place. Can you get it there?
Actually, no. I need to buy one.
Right. The black stuff seems to work a lot better than the clear stuff and the white stuff for some reason. I don't know why.
You know that? That's remind me of stuff like epoxy or GB weld now. Yeah, like that.
Right. It's similar to what they use in caravans. But it's a cheaper version of, just as good though, because it's made by the same company. It's must be just a branding thing. They use in caravans stuff like this thing called Sikaflex, Sika Flex, Sikaflex. That's good stuff, but it's just basically the same. This Stix oil stuff's got a very high tolerance temperatures, and it's excellent stuff. So also got self-amalgamating tape. That's very good stuff as well. It sticks to itself and forms a good solid bond. Plumber's mate, which is like a putty type stuff for leaks, things like that. Someone mentioned earlier, good, some belts for engines and stuff. They're very handy.
Because that was me.
Sorry to cut you off this year. Aquamarine silicone as well is pretty good for specifically with the boating.
Aquamarine, what is it?
So aquamarine silicone So like silicone that you can use for aquariums and stuff, like to fix small places as well.
Oh, right. Yeah. If it's below the waterline, then you're talking pressure then, and it's very, very hard to repair something under the waterline. You're talking about bungs and stuff like that. I mean, Deorse will probably know this. I went on a emergency damage repair course for Royal Navy ships. We were surprised when we got it, and I mean, this facility we got down the south of England. It's the midship of a frigate, and it swings on these massive legs to simulate being in rough seas and stuff. They throw in smoke and all this sort of stuff and cut the power, and they fill up all the rooms with water, so you can literally be like breathing from the ceiling and stuff. Anyway, you're amazed to find when you first get there that the repair kit you get is a canvas bag full of wooden wedges and a hammer.
Yep.
And that's it. And you think, well, hang on a minute. And then all of a sudden, all this water starts pouring in through these pre-made shrapnel holes and stuff like that. And you've got to plug up all these holes with these wooden wedges and this hammer. And it's very, very effective, and that's what they use it.
Wooden wedges, pieces of some of those wedges might even have pieces of rubber stapled to them, but they also had like rubber cloth that you'd wedge with the wood wedges on the the openings. The other things that we used too was these metal pipe patches that actually had a piece of rubber on the one side, and you basically clamp it, strap it, and tie it down with some tie wire.
Yeah.
And that was for fixing pipes, main seawater pipes.
The immediate sort of first stage repairs, isn't it, basically?
Yep.
And that's what I was sort of indicating that earlier when if you relate that to someone's house or a boat or wherever they are, your immediate sort of damage repair is your windows are probably going to go. So have some means of repairing the windows, frames, doors, security fittings, the roof, firefighting equipment.
Trees fall, right? So or something like that.
Yeah.
So something like
a
tarp
saw
would be handy. Start with.
Definitely. And then after you've effected those repairs through your spares that you got lying around and stuff like that, your ingenuity, then you can start looking at more serious repairs and trying to get it back to normal, really.
Yeah, the tarps, the tape, the nails, the screws, the glues are just temporary until you get something more permanent, like an actual roof on the roof again.
Yeah. It's amazing. Sorry, it's amazing how many things you can repair just through ingenuity. I think Guardian mentioned something a while back which sticks in my mind about guys repairing inner tube punctures with bits of fishing line and stuff like that, or through punctures or something. So molding it back together or heating things up. Something along those lines, anyway.
So, also on this topic, there's one that was brought up there that Shadow's highlighting. So that there is a temporary, I don't know, you probably will be able to get it internationally, but there are these cans, right, that you can just use temporarily that are perfect for that. Like just have some of those cans available.
Yeah, Fix-A-Plat is a commercial item or branded name.
Yeah, and it works amazingly.
Yeah, it'll buy you some time, at least to get to the gas station, or at least to get back home, right? That's the idea, right?
Precisely. Until you can repair it properly,
Yeah, it's just like, using something like clothespins to fix your clothing until you can get home to a sewing kit or a housewife's kit, right? Where you can make proper repairs.
I'll just answer.
Yeah, it works. Go ahead.
So, just answer that question from the rule of survival there before I've got to shoot off. How many spares for your camper do you carry? It's a difficult one to juggle, and it is a juggling act because it's a very small unit at the end of the day. The vehicle. Say I've got the vehicle breakdown kit, spare fuses for the vehicle fuse box. Obviously the spare tire, the toolbox, spare pump, a jump starter kit,
Mhm.
and a bag as well containing sort of a vehicle go bag, if you like, with first aid kit in it, warm gear, some rations in it, cooker, that sort of
Blanket,
stuff.
tarp, water. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But for dedicated vehicle spares, you know, because you're talking about a big vehicle, you're talking about a van. There's not much you can really do, even when it comes to, you know, you can change the tire on your own. Anything goes wrong with the engine, you're pretty much stuffed, really, because it's a computerized
Wait a
vehicle,
minute.
basically.
You don't
And-
keep an engine hoist and a spare engine in there?
You know, I've got an ODB plug-in diagnostic tool, and it will tell you basically what's
Yeah.
gone wrong with it. You know, turbo's gone, or sensor, oxygen sensor, or whatever it is gone, or DPF has gone, something like that. So it gives me a clue what to tell the breakdown person
Yeah.
when I call him. But beyond that, that's it. You know, there's limited things you can do, really, and
At least
carry.
at least you got the OBD system. Man, I don't even have that yet.
Right.
The system I'd like to get be for my truck. The problem is that's OBD1, and they haven't. You pretty much have to. Yeah, that's something that's got to be like custom ordered now, because you can't even find them at the hardware stores.
I've got an ODB2 plug-in diagnostic tool, and the good thing about having one of those is that many of these vehicles now, any sort of minor faults with a sensor or anything else, it will just go straight into limp mode, and the maximum speed you can go is 30 mile an hour. That's it.
Yeah.
So the engine management system would just restrict you to that, and you won't be able to do anything about it. But if you've got an ODB diagnostic sensor you can plug into your vehicle, you can clear those faults, and you can drive, risking the fact that whatever's gone wrong is just a sensor and nothing more serious, you know. So yeah, they've got plus and minuses. You know, one thing I do have now is 3 fire extinguishers in the vehicle, because
the
vehicle did catch fire 2 years ago. Clutch fluid broke and went over the hot engine and burst into flames. But it was just superficial, really. But it makes you realise the things you have aren't good enough, because the fire extinguisher I did have at the time was just a small fire extinguisher, and the pump shower I had at the time, I got that out and used that as a fire extinguisher as well. So,
oh, by the way, I was looking at that pump shower, that specific one on Amazon. Man, that thing's expensive. Like, it's more expensive here in the U.S. than it is over there.
Right. Yeah, they're like £25 over here.
Yeah, they're like
excellent stuff. Really good.
$6 US.
Yeah, yeah. They one of those full up. I normally put 1 litre of water, hot water in that. The rest cold water. It says it takes 5 litres, but it actually takes about 6. 1 gallon, 1 litre of hot water, the rest cold, and that's warm enough to have a shower for 2 people. You know, quick shower does the job, and that sort of stuff. If you want to have a luxury shower, then fill it up all the way. And they're really good because it's a multi-use item as well. You know, you're cleaning yourself. You can fight fires with it, small fires. You know, it's a token effort thing. But you also into the realms of you can use it for decontaminating things as well.
Yeah,
you can wash decontaminating vehicles and stuff like that. Anyway, so that's me. I've got to shoot off, Shadow.
Yeah, no problem, PB.
I'll catch you later. Yeah, Deorse, send us an email.
I already did. I already sent you an email. I just did
yep.
like 5 minutes ago.
And Guardian, he's just gone off. I'll send you a message, Guardian. Good luck and have a good training session tomorrow. So catch you all later,
care,
folks.
PV.
Costa.
Take care.
Catch you later, Costa.
Right. Take care, PV.
Ooh, I'm at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm the one holding up the stream now.
Yep. On your shoulders.
Yeah.
I still can't believe that Bob didn't fire you when he came back.
I need to take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a minute.
All right. We'll keep everything for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I need to ask you a question.
Ah, come on. It just writes itself.
Like
But
that, Bob, like, CR, you're fired.
But sometimes, like I said, Steve, every so often, sometimes a little bit of humor is good to laugh, right?
Yeah.
It just kind of relaxes you, something naturally, right? But because I always figure when the thing is about making repairs or anything or per se improvising is that sometimes things don't always work exactly, or it's just slightly off. It's just like when you guys were talking about the thread sizes and all that stuff. Sometimes it's just off, right? Because in TV, movies, example, like MacGyver or whatever, it's like under ideal conditions. Like, oh, it just happens to fit perfectly. It just happens to fit in this perfectly. It's not always going to be like that. It's not always going to
You
be a
said
one size fits
MacGyver,
all.
right?
Yeah. It's not like
Yeah,
it's
and then and how he was able to
it just
in a
works.
few hours in like a matter of like 2 hours, he was able to construct an ultralight airplane out of plastic bags and concrete mixer engine.
Right. You got remember that's in a fictional world, right? You got to speed it up, make it ideal, perfectly timed, perfectly in sync, perfectly fits. Yeah. And stuff like that. So it's just one of those things. Like, I watch that stuff just to learn or just be like, is that possible? But then I realized, yeah, it's probably going to take a lot more time. Have to really try.
Mythbusters, they were able to able to dispel that myth. MacGyver, the freaking glider,
the concrete plane.
Yeah,
yeah.
The only reason why I bring that up is because I was like, I remember MythBusters doing that, and they proved that was that was false.
Yeah. Not enough lift. It's too heavy.
Bob says, CR, you're going to Wake Island.
Hey,
CR, you're fired twice today.
Damn it. Hello, Idaho girl. Watch Bob come back. You're fired and disappears. I'll be like, what?
Power's out now.
Lost power, says Thor. Power is out now.
Well, see, speak of power, having spare flashlights, right? Spare flashlights that you can dedicate to like a bathroom that doesn't have a window, for example, right? Dedicated spares that you can have. Right?
I'm going to get one of those lights that what Bob was talking about, where it plugs into the outlet.
300 for boring chops, bungee cords this morning.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, that's a lot of money.
People school fees. Yeah. But yeah, I've always been a big fan of having a spare flashlight or something along the lines of that in like bedrooms and washrooms, especially without windows. Because Murphy's Law, the power goes out, it's probably gonna be when I'm in the shower. Shampoo my hair.
Hey,
welcome back, Bob.
Hey guys.
Did you come back just to fire me?
Yeah. I came in here to get a cold drink, and all I hear is CR. Yeah, you're fired. Yeah, not completely fired, but you are banished to Wake Island. Look it up on Google Earth where it is. You ain't gonna like it. It's hot. It's hot. It's got no beer.
You know
no,
what? It has got
no maple syrup, no hockey.
Nope, no. Oh, hockey? Oh, hell no.
There's 98 here in Canada before. It's 120 CR.
I'm sure Wake Island is probably 98, but it's probably got all that wonderful,
humidity.
Nasty, sticky humidity.
Yeah.
Yeah. My wife sent me a text. Me love you long time. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, right here. Me love you.
Welcome, Carrie.
I'm taking notes.
Good to see you, Carrie.
Thor, I hope you got a generator. You said the power failed at your place, huh?
Yeah,
I think he said for a bit.
Lost for a few minutes, but it messed up the internet for him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quite inconvenient. And speak of that, spare things or spare generator, right? Stuff like
Mhm.
that, right? Spare power, spare battery bank. I mean, how many people actually have a spare battery bank for their phone? I know some of the
who
younger
did, but who
generations
needed?
tend to, yeah, what the younger generations do, but some of the older generation, it's like it's kind of new to them, just like the phones, right? Because the younger generation, when I talk to them about, oh, they know exactly what I'm talking about, right? But the older generation is like, what's that?
Wake Island, that was one of the major battles between U.S. and Japan back in World War II, wasn't it?
Very, very early stage. Yeah.
Yeah,
hmm
because I know Truck Island was another one, and
Midway.
yeah, Midway.
Yeah. Yeah. It was quite surprising, though, that in Wake, there were a few Marines and some construction workers there, and the Marine Corps commander ordered his Marines to surrender. Yeah, that's kind of like yeah, these Marines were like, we're winning, and now we got orders to surrender. Yeah. Anyway,
I hope they disobeyed those orders, because that to me doesn't
No,
sound
you
like a
know-
Marine. If you got the upper hand already and you're winning, and we're gonna just
Mhm.
give up, what the heck?
apparently their commander didn't come out of his bunker and assess the situation before he gave the orders to surrender. But yeah, look it up, CR. I don't think you're going to like it.
Yeah, all I'm seeing right now is some airstrips on there. I'm
Yeah,
assuming
that's
this is
about it.
I don't think I
military.
will like it either. I don't even have to look. I'll be like, Bob suggested it, and he fired me. I don't think I'll like it.
Yes, CR, when you get there, you can raise your flag, which says CR.
CR with the Canadian leaf thing going on in there. Yeah.
No, the sign would say, "Take me back, Bob. I'm sorry."
What was that called? Pelele Island? That's on the end of the atoll. Is that Pelele or?
Well, let's see. I got Google Earth right here. Let's see. Let me go search here. Okay. I was just looking at some of where I'm watching the South Pacific a lot,
Yeah, because of what's unfolding
But,
in the South China Sea between China and
Uh-huh.
Philippines. I think
Yeah, I got
Indonesia
family
is
over
getting
there.
involved too, aren't they?
They are. Yeah, they are. Same with Malaysia, Brunei, Singapore, and India's got some Navy over there also. But yeah.
Well, don't get me started with China and India, because I think they've always had some axes to grind with one another.
They really do now, because there's fist fighting on their border. Fist fighting. They had a few Indian soldiers get killed by the Chinese soldiers a while ago. But yeah, they're out there. They're out there fist fighting. Let's see. There's a photograph of Wake Island. Boy, there ain't much there, CR. You got to look it up. Yeah, ain't much.
What do they call that one portion of that atoll on Wake Island? Is that Pelele? Is that am I pronouncing that correctly? Pelele.
My Google Earth is acting weird right now. It says add all these attachments or whatever. I don't know what the hell is going on here.
Well, maybe I'll get lucky and duct tape will just roll up. A pallet of duct tape will roll up on the island, just like Mythbusters. I'll be like, oh look, I can do all this stuff now.
Yeah.
I got a pallet of duct tape.
Yeah, you want to build a shelter or whatever? Here's where you start.
I'll be building a shelter. I'll use the film around it to make a still. I'll make a container like Adam Savage did. I'll do all this stuff. I'll be like, see, duct tape. I'll make a bridge to the mainland. No.
No, to the mainland? Oh man, you're really dreaming there. Yeah.
Well, okay,
yeah,
I'll make a raft. I'll make a raft. I'll make a boat or something.
There you go. That's better.
Oh, hey, I can make a sale
All right.
from
I'm gonna
the duct
refresh
tape, right?
Google Earth.
I'll make a sale.
There's Wake Island. Yeah, there's just a runway
Yeah.
there. That's about it. Maybe 2 runways. Mhm.
I think that one's a taxiway.
Wake Island, Pele Island. Yeah. Oh, I'll go back into the Pacific stuff here. There's a video that was put out yesterday, all in Tagalog. But do you remember how I put up a video where the Chinese put buoys out to block the Spratly Islands? They put up a chain of buoys to stop the Filipinos from being able to enter into their islands. They did. The Philippine Coast Guard sent a diver down, and he cut the ropes, and they hauled it away. And just yesterday, they put an interview with a fisherman who survived a ramming where the Chinese Coast Guard rammed a little fishing boat full of guys. The others died, and just one guy survived.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
Poking the bear. They're poking the bear is what they're doing.
The Marshall Islands, are they territory of the U.S. or no?
I don't think so.
Because I'm seeing other islands out here, and it's like, it's like
oh yeah,
like Northern Morena Islands, and Guam. That's definitely us. That's
yeah. I think that those are listed as a protectorate of the United States. Same with like the Palau Islands, I think. But oh man, there's just so damn many islands out there, dude. There's just unbelievable number.
It's like Wake Island's like the halfway point between the Hawaiian Islands and Guam. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's a sucky place to be stationed at if the Marines are there.
What?
They don't put the Marines in the vacation spots, The Marines always get put in the really tough places.
So what? Like Wake Island?
Yeah. Yeah, Wake Island right there. I'm going to find an island to put my wife since she didn't make any breakfast today. Okay, we're going to search Argentina. It's going to be down on the south coast of Argentina somewhere.
Oh, so you got to make her suffer.
What? Falklands Island?
Oh, yeah, like that. Yeah, way down there where it's freezing freaking cold. Yeah, wait, there's the Falklands. Let's look at some little isolated island off the coast of Argentina.
Actually, don't they have some like really good beaver hunting down there or something like that, if I'm not mistaken?
I know they got penguins down there.
Yeah.
Paraguay, National Cabo de Hornes, some little island right off the coast, the southern coast of Argentina. Yeah, that's where she's going. No shoes, no jacket. One of those guano-covered islands covered by, what do you call them? Penguin guano. That's where she's going. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, this section of island, I'm not really seeing any trees.
Well, how about the Sandwich Islands, South Georgia and the Sandwich Islands? Those are right off the coast of Antarctica. Oh yeah, that's where I might send her. But anyway,
this could be, on a serious note, Shadow, this could be a topic for a future stream about being stranded on an island. I mean, just in case it happens.
Yeah.
Bob sends me over to one, just in case. As a
Well,
fun
it
experiment.
It happens before that people ship sank and they get
shipwrecked.
stranded
Oh, it
on
could be
Yeah,
a
they
it.
get
plane going
shipwrecked.
down or something like that. It doesn't always have to be a boat.
Well, I believe that the general terminology, whether you're on a plane, a helicopter, or naval vessel, I believe the terminology is called shipwrecked.
shipwreck.
Yeah.
Yep. No
Yeah.
thanks, dude.
It's just like the word kidnap, how that word applies. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Because if
Yeah.
You know,
I was gonna say if it's adult nap, then it's probably grandpa passed out on the recliner.
yeah, I do have this story about this one time my friend was biking, right, and he had a spare inner tube, right. Unfortunately,
Yep.
he punctured both of the wheels. So sometimes
Oh,
spares are only as good as how many you have to spare for it. Like there's even a real world a real life example. It's on that show. I shouldn't be alive, where this guy was off roading with his family, had 4 spare tires. He blew all 4 of them. He was
Wow.
fixing that, yeah. But
Oh,
I
dude.
mean, like, so yeah, so something like that. Just because you have spares doesn't mean it guarantees things, right? Because you could
No.
easily blow through all 4 of them trying to get back.
But
But I
I've
mean, he was
said-
in more rugged terrain, right?
I would turn around after the first flat tire.
Or at least the first 2, right? And
yeah, it was the
Oh,
first
yeah.
2.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I was gonna say
After the
I've
third
always
one,
said
if you're left with 1, I'd be like, I mean, I think he was still traveling back, but yeah, stuff like that can happen.
like I said, I've always said that, being prepared doesn't guarantee your survival.
You're
It
right
just gives
about
you
best
the
of
that.
us-
odds. It
the
just
best
it
of us
increases
can
your
get-
odds.
it
Correct.
increases your odds, because the best of us
Yeah.
can get wiped off this planet. Hell, I almost died, a couple of years ago.
We understood. Yeah.
But your chances are definitely 0 if you aren't prepared, or if you
Yeah.
don't, whether it be you got material set aside or you've got some sort of basic skills or knowledge set aside.
Yeah, it just increases your probability or chance of making it out. Well, because you have more to work with, right?
Yeah.
Even some duct tape could be.
The other night I was watching video about nuclear blasts, like air blasts, and I was thinking, even though I live here in Lubbock, there really isn't anything of any significance. Definitely nothing military significance out here. But the only place I could think of, if they were to do an air blast, air burst above, say the Texas Tech University, which is it's a pretty big campus, pretty damn big campus. I don't know if it's the biggest campus in the U.S. It's the biggest one I've seen in person. I know for a fact my house would be toast. And I know that I probably, if the blast doesn't kill me, some sort of long-term radiation, will probably kill
cancer,
me. Or either that, or I just get buried alive in the rubble of my house. My house is made out of cinder blocks and concrete board and brick.
Yeah.
I'll say 2 things on that topic. For one thing, I can't really see that any country using nukes. Again, I mean, I doubt it. And 2, if they do anybody hits the U.S. with nukes, I'd rather just catch it in the first flash cube moment, man. Just get it over with. I don't want to live through that. I don't want to live.
Yeah,
They
because
did a
it'll just
show.
escalate and all that stuff.
They did a show back in the 1980s.
Everything.
Or it was like kind of like a movie or something like that. It was like a short they did back in the 80s. But it mostly took place around between Offutt Air Force Base out of Nebraska and the now decommissioned missile sites, launch sites, the Minuteman missile sites out of Sedalia, Missouri. I can't remember the name of that show. For the life of me.
Oh, I'll think of it. I'll think of it. The Day After.
The Day After.
That was the name of it. Yeah.
And then they had they also had the hospital in Kansas City, Missouri, showing them having to perform operations after the fact.
Yeah, trying to save lives with everything running out.
Literally flashlights.
Flashlights, yeah. I would rather not survive through that stuff, guys. No, thanks. No. Just get it over with. Just make it quick,
Yeah, it's an unnecessary, long, drawn out, painful death.
Oh, but yeah,
Let's hope that will not happen.
that thing that the guy came up in the front yard was quite an odd occurrence, because as soon as I run him off, he didn't stop at any other houses on the block. He just kept walking.
Good.
Mm.
You know, maybe since my house has got an American flag on it, maybe he saw that and he would let's go round up some conservatives and find out where they live, perhaps. But yeah, I just can't get behind that stuff with the unisex bathrooms and all that. Man, that pissed me off. God, that made me mad, man. Get the fuck off my property, man.
Well, Shadow, that could be another topic for another stream again.
You're making me.
I'm just saying.
You know what the situations make me think of, Bob? It's make me think of that Rodney Piper movie, They Lived. You know that he's gonna whip out his wristwatch. He's one of the alien creatures. You're not wearing your sunglasses.
Yeah,
he's gonna let people.
Mhm.
Hey, this is what.
Yeah, we found one. Yeah, right. Yeah, we found one that can see us. Yeah, I remember that was. I
love that movie. That's a funny movie.
He's got that shotgun and that he can see everything, and all of a sudden that drone
I have come here
comes
to
up
chew bubble gum and kick ass.
and
I'm
kick
all
ass.
out of bubble gum.
And take names.
No.
Yeah. And that drone comes up to him and showing what he looks like. Mom,
not nice.
Mama don't like no.
Mom don't like no
tattletales. Boom.
That was in the bank where you said the mama don't like no tattletales.
Yeah.
I do have a serious question to ask, though. Like serious, I actually have a serious question this time, because both you and Bob Shadow, because I know Deorse doesn't wear them. Do you both have spare glasses? Because I wear glasses, as everyone knows.
Yeah, I got spare glasses.
Yeah.
Because I recently got a new prescription, and so I kept my old pair. At least for now. At least I wouldn't be able to see perfectly, but at least a little bit better. Right? I'd rather have that just in case, right?
Yeah, I only wear them part time though. I don't wear them full time. I'm not needing.
I understand.
I mostly wear them when I go out shooting, just because I have a hard time getting my eyes to focus.
Yeah,
I gotta go get.
Some people are nearsighted, some people are farsighted, right? So.
Yeah, my astigmatism affects my farsight.
Yeah, because I know other people, Gil, there's Kalen.
Hey, real quick,
people wear glasses too.
They Lived part, Bob. If you ever noticed there was just one detail that stood out to me when I finally got around to watching that movie again, third time around. You ever notice, between black and white and then the color, like as the cop cars are driving up to the front of that bank, in the black and white mode, it says on the side of the cop car obey, and then the color mode, on the color mode just says LA police or LAPD or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll be dang, just the little subtle messages.
Same with the billboard signs that obey, consume, And
then the money, the cash said, "This is your God."
Yeah. Yeah, Shadow, thank you for sending me those couple of videos about the situation there in Sweden. Can we touch on that topic just for a bit?
Yeah, sure.
And
what's going on?
I want to.
There's Sweden now has had more gun deaths than any other European country, and it can be led back to such a massive amount of immigration. When you increase the population, there it all goes. But I sent Swede back a message from my own experience. Is once the guns or once the drugs, because it's all around the drugs. It's all around the drugs. Once the drugs get in, it's a slow process to consume everything. around it. Everything. They make so much money that they corrupt political leaders, police officers,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
They change the laws because they've got enough money to do anything they want. So the most I could tell my friend Swede up there was gear up.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to go away. Once it gets rooted in, it doesn't go away because there's just too much money in it, you know?
Yeah, and the theft that goes along to finance all of it too, right? To go with it too, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Once it gets started, I saw that happen in the last place where we lived. We lived there for 10 years.
Yeah.
When we moved in, there was a little bit of dope going on, but by the time we moved out, it was a freaking zoo.
Yeah.
It was a zoo.
Well, it's
it was
kind of
hard drugs.
It's kind
It's hard to
like,
repair it, right?
it's kind of like me when I was in Colorado. You know, like they legalized marijuana back in
that's
I want to say 2013 in Colorado. I know in Colorado, and then they later on legalized recreational use and legalize it recreational use all the way across the state. So some areas, you know, you had to drive to a whole different county to go get the recreational use marijuana and bring it back. But I noticed a definite change between the last time I was there when I was visiting on vacation back in 2009, and then from the last time I was there when I moved down there back in 2017, and then by the time I left, man, it was getting bad. Like I said, both of my friends that lived in Colorado Springs, they both had their vehicles broke into, not even 2 weeks apart from one another. In fact, my one friend, which I'm still trying to get a hold of, again, you know, my folks, they've got his number, they've got his contact info because they're going to be using his services for getting themselves moved out of Colorado eventually. But I guess the last time they'd spoken with him, somebody broke into his car a second time, and this time around they actually succeeded in stealing his car. They stole his car, went on a joyride, and wrecked it.
Oh,
and I told my buddy, you know, it's like your car isn't really on the list of cars that necessarily show up to chop shops. Not that it couldn't, because it is a later model car, but
they're just looking for a car to get in and get out of the area.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say. But I wouldn't be surprised if they were stealing it to use for other crimes like smash and grab. Smashing up storefronts to steal an ATM or using it in a murder or something like that.
You're hearing this from two Americans, Swede.
Yes.
Brace yourself. It's not going to get better.
Two Americans in two separate areas of the country.
It doesn't get better.
Yeah.
It gets worse.
You know, this reminds me of what the Urban Prepper put out a couple of days ago. His father-in-law's vehicle got stolen. He was mentioning about this store, about all the stuff, what he's doing to prepare for it now, right? Because it was just in the span of 10 minutes, right? And they found out it was used to make robberies or theft and all that stuff. Stolen luggage was found inside and all that stuff. Identity theft and stuff like that, right? So usually these crimes are used for not just for the joyride, but to finance everything.
Drugs.
Like drugs. Air theft.
It's not a crime problem, Swede. It's not a crime problem. It's a drug problem.
Yeah.
That's the root of all of this is the drugs.
Exactly.
And there's so much money to be made on this, and this stuff is so addictive. It's not going to get better. I'm sorry to tell you that, but welcome to my world.
They were locking up the freezers in like places like Seattle and Portland. They were locking them up to keep thieves from stealing ice cream and frozen pizzas. That's how bad it got.
Yeah, it's like that. A new thing that got locked up in my supermarket is laundry powder detergent. I've been buying the liquid because I don't have to get an employee with a key. Dude, they got to lock up razors. Laundry powder.
Toothpaste.
All forms of alcohol. All forms. Everything that's alcohol has to get locked up. Anything like
Mhm.
spray paint, locked up.
Mouthwash.
A whole wide variety. Yeah,
Yeah.
not yet, but it probably
I'm
will be soon.
surprised. I'm surprised the mouthwash hasn't been locked up now.
Mhm.
Well, everyone knows there's alcohol in it.
But I think it's
mean,
things like, yeah, I think there was something that surprised me the other day when I went to pay for it. It might have been mouthwash. I think it was mouthwash. I had to show my ID and verify that I'm over the age of 21 to
What,
buy
you had to
mouthwash.
show
Well,
ID
you know
to
what?
get
You know
can
what? You
believe
should
that.
feel proud there, Bob,
Yeah.
because at least it's not obvious to them that you don't look 21.
Steve, my friend, I'll tell you what, 21 was a long time ago.
Yeah, but they don't need to know that.
No,
Yeah.
I just dye my hair gray
I know.
all the time.
Yeah, the cashier looks at me and I go, yeah, 21 was a long time ago. And the cashiers usually
Yeah.
just roll their eyes and go, they scan your ID. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the nicotine gum is locked up now.
I think the nicotine
Well, it's down
gum's
to
always
just
been
basic
locked up.
stuffs, foodstuffs
Yeah.
is unlocked. Yeah, anything that's over 21 to purchase is always locked up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for some yahoos to be like, let's legalize marijuana over here, because I'm going to be voting not only no, but an absolute hell to the no, because
Yeah.
I lived in a state where they did this stuff. And yeah, at the beginning, I was like, okay, I guess I don't see like a huge issue in it, but like I didn't realize it was going to quickly devolve into all this crap. And it's like, all right, you know what? Because people can't control themselves, and because this invites other harder drugs, harder substances,
Mm-hmm.
it's just going to be a downhill slide.
Yeah.
And like I said, they start, like before I left, they had legalized not the sale and the trade of magic mushrooms, but they allowed the recreational use of it. Oh, it came from the earth. It's all natural. It's good for you. Yeah, but the problem is people have an addiction problem. People can't. They lack self-control.
Yeah, I agree. And it's also a mind-altering substance, and you get behind the wheel of a car.
Yeah.
Or operate
you're risking the lives of other people,
or powered equipment and stuff like that.
That's right. Anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Brace yourself, Swede.
Yeah. I'm glad you got that tomahawk. Did you ever get that big spear that you had?
No,
you were looking at
no, not
time?
yet. I'm going to.
You have to, dude. I'm sorry to say.
And you need to build yourself
you have to do that
traditional Viking shield. Traditional center. Yeah,
wouldn't hurt.
Center boss Viking shield, because it would look cool and it would just go with your spear.
Yeah, because home robbery is going to increase like exponentially in your area now. That's going to come next. Where it starts off when you're not home, and then as more and more people become addicted, they don't care if you're home. They'll come right in. They'll come right into your house, and if your wife had that spear, and you had that tomahawk, you're going to be okay.
Yeah, you'll be a harder target.
Right?
They might be like
a harder target. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's just like that conversation that we had a couple of weeks ago about security, right? With preparedness veteran and all that stuff, right? It still applies, right? Be a hard target, Even when I was saying to the urban prepper, it's like, yeah, you're doing this stuff to make yourself a hard target. It's not to prevent every last thing, right? The most determined person will get through, but make yourself a hard target. So
yeah, that's true.
More likely, you're increasing your chance of making it out because now you have something to work with. Versus, I got nothing.
There you go.
All right.
Yeah, if your wife is standing by your side when someone kicks in your door and she's got that and you got that.
Yeah, at
least Viking axe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
At least you
If
get
I'm not
something.
mistaken, I think Cold Steel, they actually also make a spearhead. It's like a knife spearhead, but you can attach to
I've seen that.
any
Yeah.
dowel or any shaft that you make for it.
And one thing that I just recently took all these golf club clubs and I painted them a darker color. I've got these stashed around my house at different places. We all know where they're at.
Yeah.
And you can't go wrong with a club. Some kind of a club, man.
Yeah.
If you can't afford anything, just some kind of a club, you know.
Did you make a walking stick
Because
version?
it doesn't take too much training. I have one that's longer in there in the laundry room. It's tucked. All these things are kind of tucked away next to furniture and the shadows.
Yeah.
You know,
So
that we know where it's at. And exactly, yeah. It's hard to see. Yeah, I've got a longer one. It's like a walking stick. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to hear about that,
of,
Swede.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of clubs, for example.
Yeah,
over
it's
something like
not
whales.
really good news.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to give I just wanted to send those videos to you because I know you guys in US have no idea what's going on outside US. It's just inside US.
Yeah, they don't tell us very much of the reality.
Bob, send me your private
That's
email.
why you have me.
Mm-hmm.
Send me your private email one more time on the private chat. So that way I can sell you something and get you to promote my next thing or whatever that, you know.
Oh, yeah, good luck. But here.
Oh, an endorsement.
Yeah, endorsement. Yeah, exactly.
I need Bob's endorsement.
Okay, there you go. Yeah,
seal of approval.
Preparedness veteran grabbed my email, and he and I've been sending a few emails back and forth.
Yeah, I sent Preparedness Vet my email.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Swede. Feel free to send me videos like that at any time because I want to know what's going on in Europe and out in the Pacific. You know, anytime.
Well, yeah, and just to make sure,
I figured
knowing that you're
find
doing
those
well
videos
too,
interesting.
Right? I do. Yeah, because I've got family in Europe and in the Philippines.
Friends,
so.
we have our subscribers in different countries, right? So we want to know they're doing well too, right?
Yep, exactly.
All right. I don't care exactly where you live, but if it's something affecting your country or province or state, I'll be more concerned. I'll be like,
that was one of the reasons why I started my YouTube channel 10 years ago, was because I've got family on both sides of the ocean, and they are subscribers, and they stay in touch with us because they can see what my wife and I are doing. Excuse me. I'll smoke one more with you guys, and then I'll go out and finish cutting the grass. Right. Yeah. That I hope I didn't sound too aggressive when I came in here and got back on the first time, but that did upset me that this guy.
We understand, Bob. We understand. Being a dad,
leave the kids alone. Yeah, leave the kids alone.
I'm just glad I'm just glad it wasn't towards me. And in terms of like, I thought when you first came back, I'm like, is he really coming back to fire me? No. I'm jokingly. At first we were like, is Bob coming back to fire me? Because I just said that right before. But
I'll tell you what, CR, sent my wife a text. CR needs a one-way plane ticket to Wake Island. You're on your way out of here, dude. You're on your way out of here.
Yeah, I hope you have your passport ready.
Yeah, have passport. Well, you won't need it on the return trip because there will be no return trip.
It's a one-way ticket. It's a one-way ticket.
Yeah. I wonder how long it would take to get to Wake Island. I mean, if you could even, I think it's a Navy installation, I think, but I looked up. Wife and I looked up once about going to the Palau Islands, which are not too far from the Philippines. Oh my God, man! Just to get there, you gotta like land in Japan or Taiwan or Korea, then go to Guam and wait a few days there, and then go
Get a
from
boat
either
or something.
Saipan or Guam, and then go to the Palau Islands, and the return back. Yeah, you're going to be on a waiting list. They're only going to fly a couple airplanes a month out of there to go anywhere, but it would take you about a week to get there, just to the Palau Islands. But
Jeez.
yeah,
it's so remote.
I sent you an email,
and so
Bob.
few people. Okay, let me just check it out here. There we go. Okay. Okay.
You should save them, Hugo.
You know what, Shadow? Go ahead and send me your email.
All right. I just now I'm going to send you one right back there. There we go. Okay.
Hey Shadow, I'll be right back. I need to return a phone call. Someone's messaging me. I'll return in about
Figured.
15 minutes, guys. And Bob, if I don't see you, I'll catch you later.
All right, peace, man. Take care.
Yeah. I'll be back at like quarter 2 or something.
Yeah, whatever you do, just don't. If you're gonna look up where I live, just don't dox me, man. It's already happened to me once.
Oh no.
I don't know why people have to do that. It just puzzles me, man.
I agree with you about that one.
No, I haven't even disclosed where Rob Painless or Wes S live either, and I know where they live.
Yeah, good. Yeah, for me, it's like, you don't want to tell me. I won't ask. Number one, I may ask what state you're in. That's
that's kind of the way I am. It's like, I don't need to know the city. I'd just like to know the state, general location.
Correct. Yeah, just overall, where you at, in the middle of the coast or what? Yeah. That's all I really ask. But
come on.
Yeah.
Okay, Oakham, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Swede, I would send you one of my homemade clubs. I've got different ones, but I imagine by the time it arrived all the way to Sweden, it'd probably cost $200 in shipping.
Probably.
I actually mailed them some stuff a while back, and I think shipping and handling is about $60 or something like that.
$60.
It wasn't like terrible considering how heavy the package was.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a number of these also stashed around the house. These are hickory clubs. I'm probably going to go over all my clubs and paint them that same charcoal color.
Yeah.
Make them less visible. Make them harder to see. Because I sure don't want someone to come in and be able to grab one of my weapons and use it against us.
Yeah, it'd be a
Well,
bad
that
day.
happened before.
My wife was mentioning something, and I'm with her on it. Since our kitchen is kind of in the middle of the house, more or less, she was talking about getting another revolver and put it in one of the kitchen drawers.
Oh, one of the cameras with
near the back
super fast shutter speed.
No, a pistol. She was talking about getting another revolver.
No, you're a
and put it
pacifist.
in the kitchen.
You mean another
Oh, yeah,
camera
yeah,
with a super
yeah.
fast shutter speed.
It'll it'll hold 5 pieces of photography film or 6, you know, and it has rotating lenses. Yeah, it has rotating lenses. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a pacifist, all right. I kind of am in
Hang
many
on.
ways.
Bring up that last comment.
And
Bring up that last comment real quick. Real quick, Swede.
What's that?
See, there's night and day difference between Eastern Oregon and Eastern Washington and Western Oregon and Western Washington. I can
True.
tell you from I can tell you firsthand, being as a truck driver driving over that, I think it was the Cascade Mountain Pass over there in Oregon.
Yes.
Like there is a
Yes, it is.
difference in culture, you know, once you get over that mountain pass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all the money is on the west side of the state.
Yeah.
It's because that's the ports. That's, if you notice that all the cities that BLM and Antifa attacked, they're all port cities. Did you notice that?
Yeah. Allegedly,
Go back and look.
Allegedly, they did go up into some of the mountain towns, but I don't.
They tried that here.
Yeah.
It didn't work out well for them. It did not work out well because the people came out of the hillbillies came out of the mountains and lined up the street with their husbands and wives with everything that they had.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think the rest of the state's going to toe the line. In fact, there have been some rumblings in the past, political rumblings. They were talking about succeeding from the western half of their states and actually annexing themselves to the rest of Idaho, just becoming an extension of Idaho. Is what they were talking about.
I've heard of that, but there's the tax basis to be able to support a state like that. There's so few people in Eastern Washington. There's just so few. You know, it would really put a pinch on them, and then the Fed would have to come in and help them, and then you're right back in the same situation. You know, anytime the Fed puts money into something, they corrupt it.
Yeah,
because you got to abide by our guidelines, or you get cut out of federal dollars.
You know? Well, you know, I'm just going to say this much: if I was a governor of a state, I'd be like, all right, yeah, and especially Texas would be prime state to be governor of, but if they were going to, threaten me and be like, all right, you know what? I got so much industry. I got so much agriculture going on. I generate a third of the power for the entire country. I've got my own power grid. You want to threaten me with the federal funding and all that? I got news for you. We're just not going to pay any more federal tax. As of right now, this state is no longer paying federal tax. And we'll see how long they want to play their stupid games.
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to see any states get split up, because that's just what the opposition wants. They want us to get split up. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go, guys. I'm gonna go finish cutting the grass. So.
Yeah, no problem.
Bounce out. Peace, everyone.
Yeah.
But hang in there, Swede. Harden your heart, man. Harden your heart.
Yeah, will do.
Yeah.
Well, I had in mind. I was thinking when I was at work that I might be considering to take up martial arts again.
Mm-hmm. I haven't. I took martial arts. I wasn't really that good, and I also wasn't disciplined either. I took martial arts when I was like 8-9 years old.
Yeah.
If I'd taken it seriously, I probably would have got some belts, but I just don't think I had the mental maturity back then.
Well, it's not too late to begin.
No,
The only time it's too late to begin is when you're bedridden. Let's see. Yelled at German Shepherd to stop eating out of the Shih Tzu's bowl, and she spit out whole dry dog food all over the floor. Yeah. Don't have any dogs, just got a kitty.
Okay,
I'm
Sierra.
back. Letting headset charge.
Yeah. Well, when I was a kid, I trained judo, and after that, I trained Waduru karate. Then I have trained kung fu, Wing Chun, and I also trained Eskrima. I have trained Hapkido, and parallel to that, I trained also Taekwondo. So,
If I was to ever get back into it, I think I'd probably learn just probably kickboxing and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
yeah. So I have begin to. I need to check what it would cost to begin with martial arts again.
Yeah, I'd have to find a studio that could work with my schedule because I work nights. So
Yeah, you have that problem. So,
yeah, and
and
throughout
most of the training are on the evening.
yeah. About the time they start their training sessions is usually about the time I'm either going to work or I've already left for work, and I'm like already in the middle of taking a load between like Fort Worth and Lubbock.
Yeah. Seer says, yes, I rewinded and heard what Bob said. Yeah.
See, I was a little concerned we were going to go an entire session without Bob actually in person firing CR on the panel. While CR was on the panel.
Yeah, see, yeah, Bob likes to fire people.
Oh, I'd say I was a fireable offense, though. May I ask a question?
Yeah. Yeah, that CR, he always come up with funny comments. There is night and day between Eastern and Western Oregon, but Oregon finally caved in and have allowed weed to be legalized.
Yeah.
It has ruined Ontario, Oregon.
Yeah.
Crime is exploding. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
It only gets worse. It only gets worse.
Okay, I asked for it. Lol.
Oh, I guarantee you Bob would have fired you for that right there.
You're not in the cool kid crowd until the Bob. That's good, Tammy. That was a good one. Ontario, Oregon is a border town with Idaho. Only 1 hour drive, Boise, Idaho to Ontario,
Boise,
Oregon.
yeah.
Cut me some slack here, lol.
Been to Caldwell. Been to Caldwell a few times. Caldwell's a pretty significant sized city out there in Idaho.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to do a lot of mountain driving, going across the Cascades through Washington State and Oregon, and did a lot of mountain drives through the Rocky Mountains, going through Colorado and Utah and Wyoming. That was when I used to work for FedEx Ground up there in Denver.
Yeah.
Did that for a year and 8 months. Wasn't bad. I think we did discuss this, but I'm just going to ask, just for my sake, did they have no-go zones over there in Sweden?
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
Okay. Oh, CR's coming back. It says rejoin.
Yeah.
Probably in a little bit here. I'm probably gonna get something to eat.
Yeah.
Get something to eat, and I'm gonna have to do like Bob and go out there and start cutting grass because the yard's getting really tall. We ended up getting a lot of rain last 2 or 3 weeks time. We got a lot of rain, so it's just like we went from like just absolute, just abject dryness to more rainwater than I've seen in a long, long time. Like we had like something obscene amount of rain, like 4 inches of rain fall in one single storm in one night.
Yeah.
Like it flooded the streets.
Yeah, one of those once in the century storms, or
no, they're not once in the century. They have the infrastructure set up here, like the curbs and the gutters. They got it set up so that if we get torrential rain, it'll eventually run off the street. Like they actually have sections where they cut the curb and the gutter, where it's not a complete curb and gutter. They've got it so the rain will immediately wash out of that gutter down into a dedicated drainage ditch beyond the road.
Okay.
One of these days I'll take photos and I might send them or something like that.
But, well, I guess that's why you see ditches along the side of like highways and stuff like that. Right?
Yeah,
so the water kind of stays off the road more.
But the problem is, like I said, we'll get so much rain here, and just one single rainstorm, we'll get so much rain it'll inundate and overwhelm the storm drain. So they actually have to have additional storm drains. Like desert living, and it's crazy because like we'll go long periods of time without rain, but when we get rain, like we get a ton of it, and we get a lot. Yeah, just dumps.
A whole month in a couple.
Yeah,
in an hour. Or something like
basically,
that, right?
like a month's worth of rain in about an hour is a good description.
Well, because it only takes like less than an inch of rain to start hydroplaning with a vehicle or stuff like that, right? So,
well, I mean, hydroplaning is the least of your worries. Over here, whole streets will like completely flood, and you have to be careful that you don't accidentally drown your car because the water was just high enough that it got into the intake of the engine.
Yeah, and the next thing you know, it's just like you're in the middle of a lake.
Yeah, well, there was a couple of streets I was driving down, and I was worried that the water was actually going to go seep in underneath the door, the lip of the door, and go into the floorboards of my car, because that's how much standing rainwater there were on the streets from these last couple of rainstorms. Hell,
Yeah.
We actually had some
I mean,
violent winds that came with it and took out some branches off my pecan tree in the backyard. I'm still dealing with right now, and that's 3 weeks later.
yeah, I mean, something about getting back to our topic about repairs, right, and fixing things and, well, spares to a certain degree, right? Things from storm damage, right? You'll have to make repairs of some sort, you know, regardless if it's a tornado, hurricane, snowstorm, ice storm, or anything like that, right? Well, just like what we were saying before, a couple of streams ago about, like, you know, ice storms would cause power lines to drop, and then your area, town, city, whatever would have to make repairs, and that takes time.
I put in the private chat 2 links, one for a YouTube video and
Yeah, I see your
one for
email. I see your email,
Yeah.
so I'm
Yeah.
getting that right now.
and one from a news site. And the YouTube video is about the no-go zones. I made cook over for dinner. Fancy tonight at our house. Yeah, that's really fancy.
What they cook? Sorry.
I'm hungry. I mean, what did you make? Oh, did I say that out loud? Oh, sorry.
Sir, you are always hungry.
Whoa. Just as I have to explain that, it's because the word crave has CR in it. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So
You're
very
fired.
Natural. It's natural. It's a very natural thing.
You're fired.
Again. We can tell Bob that. Even Steve fired me, Bob.
No, you're fired for that one.
Yep, it is chicken cooked in wine. As far as I know, it's a French dish originally.
Oh, by the way, I have to ask you, Shadow. I
Yep.
don't usually ask, but how long are you planning to go for? Because I have a scheduled stream on my end.
Oh.
Well, I plan to
In
go
about 2 hours, give or take. I mean, because I'm trying to be flexible with everyone else streaming. Because I know it's Saturday, so you know I know everyone's streaming, and like, even Gil's supposed to be on later in about 4 hours from now. So I want to make sure I time everything well, and charge my headset and my phone. So
I plan to go for 4 hours, no longer than that.
All right. And besides, you know what, Steve, I want to talk to you after the.
Yeah.
In the back.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Well, because it's nice to sometimes talk outside the stream too, right? A little one-on-one or something like that. A little bit less formal, a little bit more open.
Yeah.
Something to talk about. You know, certain things we don't talk about, right? It's the way it is.
Yep.
I don't think the boys like it, but I found some Cornish hens on clearance. I haven't made this in years, and it sounded good. Yeah.
A Cornish game hen.
Hey, Tammy, you can say that for next week's topic, right? Isn't it next week's topic?
Hey, Thanksgiving's coming up. I don't know if
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys celebrated over there in Canada, but
well, Thanksgiving is here on Monday, in 2 days from now. It's the first Monday of October.
Oh, for you guys?
Yeah, it's the first Monday. I mean, you know what I mean, generally speaking.
Oh, okay,
so usually it's like the 10th, 9th, 11th kind of deal.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, if you want to mess with some people for Thanksgiving, all you got to do is go get some Cornish game hens and stuff inside your turkey. You know, if you got kids or children, heck, even some really dumb adults that don't have any common sense, you want to mess with them on Thanksgiving, and then be like, "Oh my gosh, this turkey was pregnant."
It's so cruel, but it's so funny. It's such a bad joke.
Yeah, what kind of stuff in your
Tammy
head?
says Canadian Thanksgiving is before ours. Yeah. Tammy knows.
And I know to eat before next week's stream. That's for sure. That's for sure. Well, next week's stream is
Well,
about food, right?
yeah.
What
How
was
to
the
grow
topic?
food for long term.
Yeah, so I imagine Tammy's gonna have lots to say next week. I won't have much to
and
say because I'll be stuffing my face with food because the stream will probably make me hungry.
I
I'll just be
actually
like, munch.
asked. I actually asked Howie to join
Yeah, that'd be nice though for Howie.
the panel because
that'd
he's
be
an
nice.
expert about it, and
Yeah, he does the permaculture.
yeah,
And gardening and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, obviously you saw me earlier when he was streaming, so
yeah.
stuff like that. So yeah, man, that was a big squash he had. Pretty good sized squash.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, speak of repairs and kind of spares and stuff like that. Sometimes you actually have to repair garden stuff too, right? You know, like with plants or whatever, right? Sometimes with wind damage, you have to make repairs, and something like tape helps. I actually had to do that. I had wind damage. I had damage due to wind on my tomato plants, and I actually had to fix it. It actually did grow and fruit from that above the stem line that I had to fix. I was just like, well, it worked. It worked, right? It made it through the season. So sometimes
that's awesome.
Sometimes making repairs isn't always about for vehicles, your building, your house, or whatever. Sometimes it's for structures like your plants or whatever, right? That you're trying to grow.
The red horse is galloping. Hey, Guardian. That sounds like a car alarm.
Yeah, somebody, I don't know. I think it was one of my neighbors.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're sitting on their key fob or what, or if their key fobs accidentally get set off in their pocket. That's not me.
Stuff like that happens. Oh, speak of which, that reminds me of something what Urban Prepper said, and I've known about this too. I guess I'll bring it up just because you brought up the key fob, right? That you got to be very careful about key fobs because they can be, what's the word that he used? It can be misdirect. No, there's a certain where you can clone the key fob, as long as you're in range, and redirect the signal. I don't know if you've heard about that, Steve. I've heard about it before this video that I saw.
You mean you lock the car and then you think the car is locked, and then some other guy with the right proper equipment
intercepts the signal. Yeah, intercepts the signal from the key fob and redirects it to something else. Then that redirects it to the car and basically a way of opening it. But yeah, it's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I've never heard of anything like that. I've heard people.
You never heard about that?
Yeah, I've heard of people like making clones of key fobs, but like never heard. But again, I'm not too shocked or surprised these days.
Well, it is a signal, right? It is a radio signal, right? So you can intercept that, and all you have to do is just clone it or copy it, right? And your vehicle wouldn't know the difference. So, something. But that could be for another topic for another stream too, right?
Yeah,
It's just something to keep aware of.
Too terribly concerned about that, just because I got an older car.
Yeah,
I got an older truck. I got an older car. Nobody's gonna be wanting to steal my car unless they're gonna.
No, well, it's just now like the remote access
or if they want to steal stuff.
Remote starters and stuff like that. Keyless entry, keyless. Yeah, stuff like that.
No, I don't do it. No, I don't have any of that. Like I said, my car.
If you don't have that, then you don't have to be worried about something like that. But
yeah,
Shadow, that could be another topic, right? I mean, dealing with theft or preventing theft.
Like
That
my
could be
car,
pretty
I have to, if I want to unlock my car remotely, I have to hit the button to unlock it. There's no
Yeah.
keyless entry, and there's no, like I said, and then I've also got a manual key where I can manually unlock the door. But if I've already locked it, electronically, it'll set off a car alarm.
Yeah. But like I said, Shadow, that could be for another topic about like dealing with theft or preventing theft of your possessions or goods or whatever, right? Well, because that could be important, right? Not just for like now what's going on, but like in the future, right?
Yeah.
Because that can tie into that other topic about safety, and when we were talking about the hotel thing and all that other stuff in that other stream with preparedness veteran, right? And he had lots to say, so that could be a segue to that from that, because I think that's an important topic to consider too, right? Because theft is one of those things, right? I mean, just to tie it into what we were saying earlier about like a lot of theft is driving the financing the drugs, amongst other things, right? So keep that in mind. And making yourself a hard target and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because it does happen, even to the best of us, Because most people know someone that had something stolen. Most people know someone or had experience personally of something stolen. So it doesn't matter who you are, what race, nationality, age, or anything, right? If it's valuable enough, whatever it is, or has resale value or whatever, those resources can be potentially stolen from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a value to it.
When crap hits the fan, the age-old law of possession, possession is 9/10 of the law, so like if you can't get, and my personal rule of thumb is if you can't get to it in 5 minutes, and actually 15 minutes, I should say, that's reasonable enough. 15 minutes time to actually physically lay your hands on it, you don't own it.
Well, yeah, that's why what I've said about prepping is like prepping is a kind of insurance that you don't have to be on hold on the line on the phone for, right? You can access it more quickly in comparison, right? I mean, there's a time and place for insurance, right? But insurance would take time to process and all that stuff. We all are aware of that, right? It's insured or the money's insured, but you have to wait. Prepping allows you to kind of have something physical, tangible in your hands relatively quickly. You can see it more often and stuff like that. So, well, because a lot of people always say, "Oh, prepping is just like insurance," right? Well, this is insurance that you don't have to wait on hold for, right? Wait for an operator or wait for the claim to go through, right? Stuff like that.
Yep.
Just because, in the meantime, while you're waiting for this hole to be repaired or be get insured, some money to, from the insurance or whatever, you can make repairs for it, just to tie it into this kind of spares and repairs topic that we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you know me, Steven, Shadow. I always try to retie the preparedness part into our topics, right? Because they're because and stuff like that. So
the red horse is galloping.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just reading the comment. Hey, Shadow, just to let you know, I did send you an email.
Yeah, I noticed.
Okay,
and
cool.
I sent you a reply.
All right.
Yeah. Start the lines of conversation. Stuff like that. Yeah. Like I said, I've seen plenty of times where spares come in handy, right? Like, Modern Refugee. You're familiar with that channel?
Yeah.
Steve.
I watched some of his videos.
Yeah, he mentioned this one time about his phone. Did you hear that? Saw that video where he accidentally impaled his phone after a
No.
bunch of choice words. And he said he was lucky he had a spare one in the meantime until he got a newer one again, right? But the thing is about he had a spare, right? So he wasn't down and out yet, right? He could still make calls and all if necessary or whatever, right? So sometimes spares aren't always just
Yeah.
yeah, right. It's just even having a spare device or something like that in the meantime until you get a new one, right? Because another thing is like not a lot of people keep spare cables around or power cables around, right? Too. Because sometimes things happen, right? And just like, or it walks away or whatever, or you forget and at your friend's place, but you realize, oh, hey, I have a spare at home, right?
Yeah.
Well, because I always imagine like a lot of these go banks I've seen lately. I'm always looking, okay, here's the battery bank. Where's the cables for your device? This that you're using, whatever, if it's a CB radio, ham radio, whatever that, or a smartphone, right, or our USB flashlight or whatever, right? Having those spare cables in there, right? Ones that you can dedicate the spares to that bag to, right? Because there's, what's the point in having a battery bank if you don't have the cables, right? Kind of, it goes hand in
Exactly.
hand. It goes hand in hand, and unless you got that kind of conductive charging part on your phone and with that battery bank, but still, because things happen, all right? Things happen. Cats, dogs chew through cables and stuff like that.
Yeah, my cat, man. He's
Yeah,
already
you see
chewed
that all
up-
the time.
He's already
right?
chewed
So
up a
it's
couple of my nice cables. He didn't like destroy them, but I got permanent little teeth marks on the ends there. To know that
That's
he
the
was the one
same.
who did it.
Yeah. It's like, I know who did this. But having spares that you can rely on when in an
As my
emergency,
roommate
right?
jokingly will say to my cat, "I know where you live."
Yeah. Well, I don't know, Steve. Do you keep a dedicated one that you don't use? You keep out of reach of the cat, right? Just in case. I don't know if you
I
keep a
mean,
dedicated one that.
all of them I use, but the thing is, like a lot of them, they're just kind of like extras. They're just sitting around. Like they've all been
Oh
opened.
wait,
They've
well,
all been
maybe
used at one
you
point in
keep one.
time.
Obviously, you keep one in your vehicle and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I keep a few in the vehicles, but they're
Yeah, because I think.
all being used at some point in
Well, of
time.
course. But I mean, I'm surprised at times how many people don't keep couple of spare cables in their vehicle, right? Like, let's just say you ran into the road, you're on the roads, you're waiting for roadside assistance, or you couldn't fix the tire, or you did fix the tire, but you had two flats and you only have one spare, and and then you realize your phone's dying, and then you realize that your charging cable's not working. And you didn't put a spare cable in the glove compartment, and then
Some of these charging cables, I'll tell you what, man, they're just like some of them are just absolute crap. You go buy it, you use it, it's like, dang, thing's not working, or what the hell? Or
bad
it doesn't work very well. Like it's a super slow charge, and it was advertised as a high output, amperage,
What are you
charging
talking about?
cable.
I got 1% in 1 hour. What the hell? This is taking forever.
Oh, I'm not kidding you. Like some of them are that bad. Some were that. I actually had one in particular where it wasn't even maintaining the phone battery. It was the phone battery was still draining with it being plugged in. I was like,
yeah, you're
make
talking
sense.
with us or whatever, and it's still going down, and you don't even have the video on, and your display's dimmed down all the way, and all that stuff, and it's still dropping. It's like, really?
Yeah,
Why
make
isn't
that
it
make
picking
sense.
up?
Well,
Yeah.
like not even while I was live streaming you guys, I've had that happen before. It's like, and then like it gets to a point where the phone battery's completely dead, and the only reason why the phone didn't shut off is because it's still plugged in.
Yeah.
It's like
that's why I'm big proponent to have spares of those, because those are kind of indirectly your lifeline, right? It'd be nice to actually have them. Because things happen, like I said, cats, dogs, pets, or whatever, or it accidentally gets.
I'm gonna have to run down to my local phone provider's store and figure out what the heck's going on, because my phone's again not working. Like I'm not able to receive incoming calls again. I'm like, come on, dude, this is getting old. I've already threatened them. I've already threatened them once. I'm going to cancel if this keeps up.
Yeah, you do stuff like restart your phone, power it all off, turn it back
Oh
on.
yeah, I do.
Yeah, and all this stuff, and it's just like it still isn't fixing it.
It's still not receiving incoming calls. Last time it wasn't receiving incoming calls for some reason. They had my
At least
phone.
you could call out. At least you could call out. And
Yeah, I could call out, which is better than what AT&T did to me, because AT&T, they started doing the same thing, but I had an issue where I couldn't even make outgoing phone calls, let alone receive incoming ones.
That's even more important, being able to call out, because then you can't make emergency calls or call like your mom, your dad, or whatever, something like that.
Yeah,
right?
a lot of it's like my job. I have to. My boss at any point in time, he's got to be able to get a hold of me. But
yeah, well, that's why you have alternative ways, whatever it is, email.
Anymore now, he sends me a text message. I need to call you, and then I text message.
Call me, right? Yeah, call me. Right. That's why I always tell people, if you can't get a hold of me, try other ways, right? Text messaging, Instagram, whatever, something like that, right? Try other ways, right? Because I realize stuff like that happens, right? And it's like, things like that happen. So, in terms of spares, that'd be like another source of way to communicate to get a hold of people, right?
Well, Shadow, I'm not sure what time you started your live stream at, because I woke up well after it started. But
I
imagine
start
we're
my
at the
live
4-hour
stream
mark
8
right
p.m.
now. What's that?
8 p.m. 8 p.m. my time.
Yeah. So we're at the 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
That's already midnight over there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So
I'm not seeing any new comments or any new chat.
Nah, so I think
we can
wrap
only
things
talk.
up.
We can only talk about repairs and spares so much. It only goes so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think we wrap things up now, guys. So
wrap things up like duct tape. Wraps up.
Oh yeah, you are definitely fired. I will fire on behest of Bob. For Bob's
on behalf of Bob. Fired.
You are fired. Gonna make like duct tape and wrap things up.
Hey, but like I said, duct tape is one of those things. Like, if you got enough of it, you can do a lot with it.
Yeah, duct tape and zip ties.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, people always say, "Oh, duct tape. The only limit to duct tape is your imagination." No, the only limit to duct tape is how much you have. If you have pallets of it, rolls and rolls, you could do a lot more than just multiple.
You're most welcome, Idaho Garden Girl. You're most welcome.
Idaho Garden Girl.
Yeah. There were some crazy things I remember seeing on Mythbusters with duct tape.
Oh, yeah, they've done a lot.
Trying to stop a car with duct tape, building a bridge entirely out of duct tape, a pedestrian bridge.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah. Well, like
it worked.
Yeah, it did.
Like I said, duct tape is one of those. I still believe tapes, zip ties, paracord are for temporary fixes until you can make proper repairs. Like safety pins, I would use them for when I can't sew right away, but just until I get back to the location that I can start sewing. Let's just say if it was in the middle of winter, right? I'd be like, well, I don't have time to sew this right now, but I do need to pin this so there's not a big hole in my jacket, right? Or the air is coming in, the cold air is coming in, right? I just need a temporary.
Okay, Idaho Garden Girl. Right. Take care, stay safe, God bless.
Bye, Idaho.
Thanks for stopping by. Well, we'll wrap things up now, guys.
Okay.
Okay, guys, take care, stay safe, God bless, and I'll see you next week. Same time, same channel.
And don't forget to eat before the stream next week.
Well, I just woke up, okay? I woke up before the stream. Okay, but anyhow, thanks for having me on, as usual.
Thanks for having us. You're like usual.
You're most welcome, Deorse. It's always nice to have you guys up here.
Yeah, we need to start discussing a little bit more topics of what's going on in Sweden. Keep us up to date. On your neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Us Americans and Canadians can tell you what you're in for next.
Yeah. I put the 2 links to those videos.
Yeah, I'm gonna be taking a look at them. So I won't be closing this tab out just that way I can look at this stuff and pulling this stuff up.
Please do.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it for today's stream. Now we end it.